spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. KAILASA is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. KAILASA is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. KAILASA is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. KAILASA is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously.
When we say Dakshinamurti teaches in silence, it is not that he never utters a word, but just by a word, he will transmit petabytes of information. He sat as Dakshinamurti in his formless space. His very presence vibrated, and all the rishis received the great truths. When we say Dakshinamurti teaches in silence, it is not that he never utters a word, but just by a word, he will transmit petabytes of information. He sat as Dakshinamurti in his formless space. His very presence vibrated, and all the rishis received the great truths.
Nithyanandam, and very warm welcome to today's pre-satsang segment, and welcome to all those who gathered on all the social media platforms to join us for awaiting for the live satsang today. So we start with a prayer. Nithyanandam Paramasukharam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyarilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvari Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. And what we have for you today is the sharing about the Bhava Samadhi Darshans. The next 2 days are a very exciting awaiting for the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Tomorrow, the Dakshinamurti, and just the day after, the Subramanya. And, of course, by many devotees of Subramanya awaited the Thaipusam festival.
Yes, as Mahaprabhu said, dear viewers, we are having a very, very, very exciting Adiguru Dakshinamurti Bhava Samadhi Darshan and the darshan of our dear Lord Subramanya, Lord Muruga coming up as our next main event. And today, it's our pleasure and honor to share with all of you about the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Bhagavan Dakshinamurti and the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Lord Subramanya. What are the benefits and what do we personally receive by experiencing these Bhava Samadhi Darshans? Just to give a quick introduction. Now, the whole Bhava Samadhi Darshan started on the 31st of this year. It started with the last year, leading on to this year, started with the very auspicious darshan of Devi Parashakti. And we have had many, many Bhava Samadhi darshans. We have had the Bhava Samadhi darshans of Devi Parashakti. Then we have had Kala Bhairava, Krishna, Venkateshwara, Bhagavan Surya. We have had so many Kala Bhairava Bhava Samadhi darshans. For the very first time in 2021, we have Bhagavan Dakshinamurti coming and blessing us with the Bhava Samadhi darshan. And in today's segment, we are going to share with you who is Bhagavan Dakshinamurti, who is Adiguru Dakshinamurti, and how each and every one of us can benefit by having the Bhava Samadhi darshan of Bhagavan Dakshinamurti. What do we really achieve by having the grace and blessings of Dakshinamurti? And who is Bhagavan Dakshinamurti and how do we benefit from his Bhava Samadhi darshan? Me and Mahaprabhu, both of us are going to be sharing today. Just to give a small introduction to Bhava Samadhi darshans, for those of you who are new. Bhava Samadhi is when the divine consciousness of Paramashiva in the being of Dakshinamurti landing in the physical identity, in the physical embodied form of Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Who is Dakshinamurti? When Paramashiva sat facing the southern direction, giving the enlightenment to the Sanakadi Rishis, transmitting the signs of enlightenment, that action of Paramashiva facing the south, Dakshina means south, the southern direction. Murti means the divine. The divine being sitting facing the southern direction and transmitting the signs of enlightenment in absolute Mano Mauna means where few words are spoken, but petabytes and terabytes of material are transmitted, is what Swamiji says, Manu Mauna. The amount of words spoken and the experience transmitted doesn't match. So that is what is described as the silence of Dakshinamurti. It's not that he doesn't speak, but even a few words he speaks, petabytes and terabytes of materials gets downloaded and the experience gets transmitted into us. So that is the Mano Mauna. And Bhagavan Dakshinamurti represents that space of unclutching, pure Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Today, we are going to share with you the benefits that each and every one of us are going to face by having the darshan of the Adi Guru, the first Guru who happened on the planet Earth to transmit that science of enlightenment is Adi Guru Dakshinamurti. And we are having Bhagavan Dakshinamurti is landing on the planet Earth on the 27th of January. Mark your calendars at 8:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time. Please join. We will be having the preparatory session first, preparing us to receive Bhagavan Dakshinamurti, followed by the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Bhagavan Dakshinamurti. You will be receiving initiation into the power of third eye and a lot more benefits, which we are going to be sharing with you today. And joining me in this session is Ma Nitya Pramayananda, and we are going to share with you the benefits. Who is Dakshinamurti and the benefits that we will be receiving by having his darshan. Yes, Ma, please go ahead.
Nithyananda, and welcome once again everyone who gathered on all the social platforms. And yes, indeed, we are in a eagerly awaiting for the darshan, for the Bhava Samadhi darshan of the Dakshinamurti, the silent Guru, in the form of our beloved Swamiji, His Divine Holiness, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and all of you who've seen and experienced darshans that happened over the last couple of weeks this year, know how much what you can experience during the darshan and what benefits you may already experience, and I'm sure many of you did in your life. So the next one is the Dakshinamurti just tomorrow, and that's basically falling in love with your higher self and awakening your higher intelligence. And if you're wondering, new to Hinduism, who is the Adi Guru Dakshinamurti? And Ma Nyanatma Swami mentioned already, he is the Lord. The Lord Dakshinamurti is an incarnation of Paramashiva as the primordial and supreme teacher. Bhagavan Dakshinamurti is the first Guru. It is from him that the Guru, Shishya, disciple, the relationship begins. And we also mentioned, of course, you can sign up straight away at events.kailasa.org, and you can see this link at the bottom of the screen. Whenever life throws things on you, all you need to do is relax into Bhagavan Dakshinamurti's space, and it disappears. The whole thing will be turned into from negativity to positivity. All the problems thrown to you will become glory for you. And while the Dakshinamurti is the first primordial Guru, we want to share with you, who is the Guru? The Guru in Sanskrit means remover of darkness and ignorance. Guru removes the mental blocks and obstacles that stand in the way of our awareness and realization of our true self. The scriptures, the Shastra Pramana again and again mention the need for a Guru. Gurus use different ways to remove the mental blocks from disciples. It can be by personal guidance, scolding, instructions, teachings, action, regardless of the method used. The goal is to rise the disciple to higher awareness, because the Guru resides in the highest state of awareness and consciousness. He is able to see where we are and guide us. And who else is the Guru? He who is Guru is Shiva himself. So declares the scriptures. And the truth that Shiva is Guru is reminded in the Smritis, the remembered scriptures. One who makes any distinctions between the two commits the crime of uniting with the Guru's wife. The Guru or Master is not a person, a Vyakti. As you imagine, he is a Tattva, a principle. He is simply a physical representation of the divine. In the Vedic tradition, the spiritual teacher, the Guru or the Master, is said to be more important than God. God is always and Guru who opens the disciples' eyes to the existence of God. The Master is the doorway to one's own experience of the divine. A Guru knows you more than you know you. He loves you more than you love you. He can sacrifice even more than you for you. Sometimes you become tired of sacrificing, so you give up on you, but he doesn't tired of sacrificing. So he doesn't give up on you. He reminds you till you remain, and he reminds you till he remains. And here in Swamiji's own words, a beautiful Guru.
Who is Guru and who is God? This is a wonderful question. God is your imagination about the ultimate energy. Guru is reality of that energy. God is your imagination about the universal consciousness, about the Parashakti, about the ultimate energy. Guru is the reality of universal consciousness. So be very clear. This is an important subject. It has to be dealt in a deep and wonderful way. There is a sloka which says, if God and Guru appears at a time, I'll bow down to Guru first, because he can show me the God again at any time. He can show me the God at any time. And I tell you, all your concept of God is not God. Please be very clear. There's a beautiful incident which I should narrate. Vivekananda says, Ramakrishna Paramahamsa is the incarnation, God himself. One disciple, not a disciple, an onlooker. He questions, how can you say Ramakrishna is a God? You can say Ramakrishna is enlightened, we will accept. You can't say he's a God. Then Vivekananda asks him, what do you know about God? Tell me. God means omnipresent, omniscient, omnipotent. What do you mean by the word omniscient? Omniscient, everywhere. What do you mean by the word everywhere? Everywhere means everywhere, full sky. Then beyond sky also. Then beyond that also. Everywhere means what? Tell Vivekananda catches him. Define the word everywhere, omnipotent. Oh, I don't know. No, this much only I know. That's all. Then Vivekananda says very clearly, the very idea, omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, all these things are just idea for you. It's not reality. Am I right? It's only idea for you. It's not reality. You don't know anything about God. Whatever you know about God is about God, not God himself. You know only about God, not God himself. So whatever you know about God is only your idea about God. Vivekananda says, so whatever you understand by the word God, Ramakrishna is much more than that. Much, much more than that. Vivekananda is the first person, courageous person to declare enlightened masters are something more than God. They are not equivalent to God, they are something more than God. Because all your concept of God, whatever you understand by the word God, your idea is the reality of universal consciousness. What you think, what you understand by the word God.
Wow. So if you are new to Hinduism, that's it. That's it may be a shocking revelation to you that that the guru, that the master is more important than God. And Guru Gita, the verse 96, says, there is nothing greater than the guru. This is the ultimate truth. This is the ordainment of the Paramashiva. So again, please feel free to, and we warmly invite you to sign up at the events.kailasa.org for this amazing and awakening Ariguru Krishnamurti Bhava Samadhi Darshan that it's happening just tomorrow at 8:30 Indian Standard Time. And the greatest happening on the planet Earth is an enlightened being sitting with an avatar and becoming enlightened. So if your dream was to become enlightened, experience the energy, the silence, Dakshinamurti.
Third important thing, reason why my guru-disciple relationship became successful with Arunagiri Yogeshwara. I had the patience, for this intense happening to go on, even when it was overwhelming. I will decide on his side. My will was always used to be on his side. Last breath, I'm going to fall. Even if I'm going to fall, I will fall on his side. And I was ready to fall on this side and die, then fall on this side and live. Ultimately, that made it happen. That made it happen. This three, understanding, knowledge, he is more responsible than me. He is more integrated than me. He is more authentic than me. He is more compassionate than me. His need for me is much more than my need for him. His need for me realizing oneness is much more than my own need for realizing me, the oneness experience. Because I do not know what is oneness, only he knows. I do not know what is oneness, only he knows. So my need to realize oneness was much more important for him than me. It is not that both of us know what is romance and we romanced. I do not even know what is romance, and he taught me what is romance and we romanced. So I did not even know what is oneness, and he taught me what is oneness, and I had oneness with him. Understand? The first sacred, secret principle, why I made it, I realized his commitment towards me is zillion times more than my commitment towards him. He is all compassionate, loving, and acceptance. Important thing. Vatavaranam, ambience. All the persons to whom I cribbed were always integrated and putting me back to my Guru, not distance. Third, tremendous will persistence to go through this high, intense process. I cannot handle it anymore, it is too much, but finally I'll fall this side. On his side, not on this side. The other side. That will persistence. If I fall on his side and die, that is okay. Then falling on the other side and even living. This three made Nithyananda. If any of you want to become that, have this three. Is the essence of today's message.
Yes. So, guru-disciple relationship, and the first guru, the Adi Dakshinamurti, the Bhava Samadhi of the Darshan, by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, Swamiji, just tomorrow, 27 and 8:30 p.m. And you can sign up at events.kailasa.org. And just if you are new, haven't had yet the blessing and the grace to attend this sacred time of Bhava Samadhi Darshans that are happening in life, just to let you know, I'll share with you, what is the Bhava Samadhi Darshan? The Bhava Samadhi Darshans is the science of manifesting the divine. It is a direct experience of causeless bliss to fulfill the longing of the devotee, and incarnation allows all the divine energies to manifest through his body. Various enlightened masters like Chaitanya, Sri Ramakrishna, Ananda Mahima have expressed Bhava Darshan to guide people towards enlightenment. Bhava Samadhi Darshan is not an event in space and time. Rather, Darshan happens at the moment when we are lifted out of space and time. Paramashiva. And what are the benefits of attending the Bhava Samadhi Darshan? The Paramashiva states that he created himself as many to enjoy himself. As the present living incarnation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened what was once an exclusive session, now made public to the world, for the purpose of initiating all of humanity at once, in large numbers, into state, space, powers, being, and superconsciousness of Paramashiva through Hinduism's most powerful process, the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. And again, you can sign up at the events at kailasa.org. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, as microcosm Pindanda, we mirror the neurons of the macrocosm Brahmanda intensely. The inner potential energy Kundalini floods through the brain intensely, and we notice to be the awakening of non-mechanical parts of the brain, or otherwise simply referred to as the whole brain awakening, all simply through the darshan.
When we say Dakshinamurti teaches in silence, it is not that he never utters a word, but just by a word, he will transmit petabytes of information. He sat as Dakshinamurti in his formless space. His very presence vibrated, and all the rishis received the great truths.
So again, please do sign up for this amazing event at events.kailasa.org. And this is just tomorrow on 27th of January, 8:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time. The Adi Guru Dakshinamurti Bhava Samadhi Darshan by Swamiji, by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. To experience yourself, to experience silence or peace that you may have been waiting, especially during the pandemic. So thank you so much for joining. Please join us 27 January 8:30 p.m. IST, the Adi Guru Dakshinamurti Bhava Samadhi Darshan, and the day after Subramanya. And all I can encourage you and share, do not miss this amazing opportunity, because we've got the Guru in the living form of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, our Swamiji, who is blessing and gracing us with such generosity, love, and care.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Mahaprameya. Yes, it is an opportunity not to be missed by any of us. Having the darshan of Adi Guru Dakshinamurti, the most auspicious happening in our life happens when we relate with the Guru. And this event is exclusive for all our e-citizens and e-passport holders of Kailasa, the greatest and the only Hindu nation. And if you have not yet received the e-passport of Kailasa, or if you're wondering what is that and how do I become eligible to become the e-citizen of the greatest and the only Hindu nation, Kailasa, watch this video.
KAILASA is proper proper customized spiritual service, helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great.
So if you have not yet signed up to be an e-passport holder or an e-citizen of Kailasa, all it takes is just a few minutes of your time. All you have to do is go to join.kailasa.org and sign up, and it's a few minute process, and there you are. You become an e-citizen of the greatest and the only Hindu nation, Kailasa, and you become eligible to watch the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of our beloved Swamiji. And we also have a special two-way video conferencing platform for all our e-citizens, where not just you see Swamiji, Swamiji sees you. That is what we call as Nayana Diksha, the initiation by look. So we have a very special video conferencing platform, which is specially for all our e-passport holders and e-citizens, where the Bhava Samadhi Darshan will be live on YouTube and Facebook and all our social media platforms. However, you get to see Swamiji and the Darshan. When you join via our two-way video conferencing platform, not only you see him, he sees you. So that is something so special in that. So all of us know, should not miss, on the 27th of January, we have upcoming the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Bhagavan Dakshinamurti, the Adi Guru. And on the 28th, on the day of Taipusam, we have the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Bhagavan Subramanya coming up. And today, joining us, we have two beautiful devotees who are here to share their journey with the Guru and how the Paramashivoham program, that is currently the 20th season of the program, is currently ongoing, a 16-day online retreat where you get to experience the extraordinary powers. You get to experience who you truly are. You get to establish the most sacred relationship in your life, the guru-disciple relationship. So, and joining me today to share about the transformation that this Paramashivoham program has created in her life, we have Ma Nitya Balananda from North Carolina, USA. Nityananda Ma.
Nithyananda Paramashivam, it's so great to be here and to see you once again.
Yes, Ma, so nice to have you on our NTV today. And would you like to briefly introduce yourself? I know we both know each other a long way ago, but just for the sake of our viewers, if you can quickly introduce about yourself, please.
Yes, my name is Dr. Deborah Chance, but I also have a spiritual name, Manithya Balananda. And the reason why I kind of tell you both identities is because when I first met Swamiji, I was a school principal and I hired a teacher from India. And that was 14 years ago. So my journey started 14 years ago as a professional school administrator. And now I am radiating enlightenment. So I've had a great journey.
Wonderful, Ma. Thank you so much for sharing your journey. And we just spoke about the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Adiguru Dakshinamurti coming up. And what would you like to share about once you had a guru in your life, once you had the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as a guru in your life, how life changed for you? If you have to describe that experience, I know if somebody asked me, I would probably be choked for words. So I know how it would be to describe a guru-disciple relationship. But if you have to describe, how has Swamiji, as your guru, changed your life? What would you say?
Yanatma, I'm going to tell you a secret, something you don't know about me. This is a secret.
What is that?
This is a secret between me and Swamiji. Only Swamiji and I know this, and now you're going to know it. For the first time in 14 years, here's the secret. Swamiji said to me, and this was after 14 years of living at the ashram, approximately 6 months out of the year for 14 years, right? So I was doing research at the ashram and I was studying the Gurukul, which of course is the best education system in the world. But Swamiji said, if you want to really get the fastest path to enlightenment, don't ask for the teddy bear, ask for the bear. So I wrote Swamiji a note and I drew a picture of a teddy bear and I put X's on the teddy bear's eyes and I said, kill the teddy bear. And from that minute on, Swamiji started to reform my DNA, my brain, my body, my ability to have superpowers. And I started on a wild, extremely auspicious ride into a new state of existence. But he really did do some things to me to take me from the old identity, which was trying to collect affirmations from Yanatma and affirmations from the other school principals and trying to be some big cheese, to really a very small particle of a person. It's like he sandblasted me down into a particle, and then he started to rebuild me from the bottom up.
Beautiful, Ma. That's a very, very interesting way of describing a guru-disciple relationship.
Well, let me tell you,
sandblasted and building up. But that's actually, in Swamiji's words, he says, Swamiji shares a Zen story, right? A person goes to a Zen master and he wants to learn from the Zen master. And the Zen master is having a teacup. And he's just pouring the tea into the teacup, and it's just he pours, and it overflows and overflows and overflows. This person is asking, why you're doing this? Whatever you're pouring is not going into the cup. And then the Zen master says, until you empty yourself, I cannot teach you anything. Right? So when what you're saying, like in terms of sandblasting us, really removing all the delusionary ideas that, the society and the world is, literally built ourselves up with identity that we build upon ourselves with what is being given to us by the world, by the society. First, all that has to be removed for the right ideas to form. And these Bhava Samadhi Darshans and the initiations from the Guru go a long way in that, what Balananda calls as the sandblasting process. And one of the sandblasting process that happens for us is the Paramashivoham program. So Paramashivoham is a 16-day retreat, which is open to anybody from any part of the world. If by chance you're scrolling through Facebook and you're like, okay, what is this? What are they talking about? And you're just curious and you just paused for a few seconds to watch about this, then you are the right person to attend the Paramashivoham program. Why? Paramashivoham is an online retreat sitting in the comfort of your bedroom or your living room or your kitchen. Swamiji is delivering enlightenment to you. And in 2018, October, if you had watched Swamiji's video, there's a very famous, and this video became viral. He says, I will deliver enlightenment to you. I will bring enlightenment to your home. He says, just be alive for the next 3 years. And this Swamiji delivered on the Vijayadashami of 2018. And we were all wondering, Swamiji is going to deliver enlightenment to us. We just have to be alive. I mean, it seems too good to be true, too good to be true. Of course, we know everything Swamiji has said he has done and what he's going to say he's doing. We know that. But still, it was like, for the logical brain to comprehend, how is this going to happen? How is this going to happen? And in 2010, when the whole world is in lockdown and shut down and, with the fear and the anxiety, comes with the solution. I would say the most successful corona vaccine that has ever been implemented in the world is Paramashivoham. Anybody who has attended Paramashivoham is the most foolproof corona vaccination, not just for your physical body, but all the layers of the body. In Vedagamic tradition, in Hinduism, we say we have 7 layers of the body, right? The physical body is just one layer. Then we have the breathing layer, the mental layer, the etheric layer, the cosmic layer, the nirvanic layer, all the 7 layers of the body. This is the vaccination and the immunization that you have to protect your inner space and your outer space from the corona pandemic and all the negativity that is going out there, the fear, the anxiety. You turn on the television, it's all about how many people have been infected by corona, how many people have died because of corona, how many people have lost jobs because of corona, and what people are going through because of corona, and all these things. How do we immunize ourselves? Solution given by the avatar to the world. You don't have to pay a single penny. Not $1 you have to pay. All you need to do is just be online, and enlightenment is delivered into your bedroom. It is too good to be true, and it is true. And today, Paramashivoham program share with us how she has experienced this miracle happening in her life.
So, Mayanatma, you probably know I have caused 16 people to take Paramashivoham.
How many people? Sorry, I don't know that.
16.
Wow. So
I have people contacting me every day. As a matter of fact, I have at least 3 or 4 people contacting me every day because I give readings now. And the readings are really intuitive because of being a third eye awakened person. So they come to me and they want to know more about themselves and what they need to really either get rid of a health issue, or maybe they're going through a divorce, or maybe their mother has COVID, or there's been a death in the family. So what I do is I automatically refer them to Paramashivoham, because without a doubt, within, how many days is it now, Yanatma? 16 or is it 21? 16.
16,
Okay.
yes. Right now, it's
Right.
not exact number of days, but it is approximately 15 to 16 days. We start on every Purnima, we end on Amavasya. Means start on full moon, end on new moon. Start on new moon, end on the next full moon. So it is between full moon and new moon. Based on the Vedic calendar, it can be sometimes 14 days, 15 days, 16 days. But somewhere between 14 to 16 days.
Okay, so just think about it this way. I, Ma Balananda, have taken 17 inner awakenings, which includes the Mahasannidhanam, etc. But the Paramashivoham that's online is without a doubt the best and the fastest. And those people who have taken it also have had, one of them had migraine headaches, sleep apnea, fibromyalgia, and was having panic attacks, and all of that's gone, right? So what we see, and as a researcher, what I've seen as I've studied these people before and after, is that they each came to this program with different issues. It may be that they have anxiety, or it may be that they just want to be a better leader, or they want to rise above the difficulties that they're having in their family life, or maybe they want wealth or prosperity. But the beauty in this Paramashiva program is that you get exactly what you're asking for. And it's like getting on a beautiful cruise ship that takes you into pure consciousness, and you're just there for the ride. So what I would say is, come and enroll in this program, regardless of whatever your issue is, because the payoff is so far beyond what you would ever expect. And before I ever met Paramashiva, I had arthritis and it was crippling. My fingers were gnarled like this. And within, I'd say, maybe 4 months, it was completely gone. And you can see my fingers are in perfect shape. And now I use them as a 70-year-old to do handstands, because now my 70-year-old body has become eternally 16. So what I can say is that physically, my DNA has been shifted and my neurophysiology has been shifted. I don't have reactionary assumptions. I don't have tantrums or meltdowns. What I have now is a smooth kind of sailing into experiences of life. And I'm doing a lot of coaching now for other people to do the same thing. So not only have I downloaded a new DNA, but I'm broadcasting it and radiating it for others also. So enriching others is really the greatest expression of my Bhava Samadhi with Swamiji, because when I'm radiating him, I'm blossoming enlightenment in the beings of everyone who comes to me through the Zoom or through the telephone, or if I meet them on the street with a mask on.
Beautiful, Ma, so beautifully shared. And it is so important. I know many of us who are watching this live or watching this later, you may have already attended Paramashivoham. Ask yourself, how many people I sent to Paramashivoham? The only way we offer the Guru Dakshina, the gratitude to Guru, is by sharing about him to others. Let the gift that Swamiji gave me, let me share it with more and more beings out there. It may not, it's not a matter of time, right? It may be the people that you already meet in your life. It may be your neighbors, your colleagues, your friends, people that you interact with, people you know are going through so much of internal suffering, mental suffering and pain, and, looking for some life solution. Tirelessly talk about Guru, talk about Swamiji, invite them for the Paramashivoham program, right? Invite them. In your one invitation, a life of a human being can transform. Years and years of suffering can be removed. So if you are watching this and if you have already attended Paramashivoham, take your phone now. Okay, just pray to Swamiji, and Swamiji will reveal to you who is the person that you need to reach out to. Make them a call now. And after you make the call and invite them for the upcoming Paramashivoham program, it's starting on the 28th. On the Thaipusam day, the next season of 21st season is starting. Invite them for the next season. Now to take the action. As you're watching this, as you're listening to this, this is a message directly for you. Enrich the world. Make a call to one friend. I'm sure we all have 3 to 5 minutes to make one call to make a positive difference in somebody's life. If you're in a meeting and if you're listening to this, you can call, text a friend. Text and invite him to join the Paramashivoham program. If you have not yet enrolled for the Paramashivoham, just go to kailasa.org/Paramashivoham. The link is being projected on the screen, and attend the program yourself. Thank you so much, Balananda, for sharing. And today we also have yet another Paramashivoham participant, very, very eager to share her experience. So we have Ma Nithyananda from Fiji. Nithyananda, Ma? Nithyanandam, can you kindly introduce yourself?
Sure, Ma. So this is Manitya Niyamananda. And with great pleasure, I'm also saying Manitya Niyamananda is also an initiated Apat Sannyasi of Nithyananda order. And it is, what can I say, like when Swamiji comes into your life, the whole description about your life changes. So all I can say is that I'm one of those lucky ones who came to know about Swamiji, and with Swamiji's grace did inner awakening. And after 2014, there was no turning back. So 2014, I did my first inner awakening. And when I came back to Fiji, I realized that I've already left my being in India. So 2015, came back for another inner awakening. And that time that's it. And signed in as an Adinavasi. And then further realized that what to be in the world when you are not a sannyasi of Swamiji. So 2015 was the time in my life when I literally started living a life fully. in 2015 and thereon, there's no turning back. So this is I would say, the exact reality of my life. And this is the way I think, but I would like to introduce myself. Thank you, Ma.
Beautiful, Ma. And welcome to a life of a Hindu monastic member. Welcome to the life of an Apat sannyasi. And can you share what changes that you experienced after attending the Paramashivoham program?
Sure, Ma. So being in the Adinam and living around Swamiji is definitely like, Swamiji is all about like, what he does is what I have seen, that every time, he experiences or downloads a different knowledge or different way of reaching out to people. He presents it to us or gives it to us in a form of a program. So yes, there have been lots of programs that Swamiji has given, but Paramashivoham has to be very special because all the programs that Swamiji has so far, as far as I have attended, like he's packed it all into the 16 days of Paramashivoham. And what happens is that a person literally, like he just goes through each and every step with so much of like details that, he doesn't even leave a single moment for you to think, oh my God, is there going to be a break? Or is there going to be a time to, move out and stroll or anything? It's like, power packed, fully like, like delivered package that when a person attends it, that person has to come out new and the person has to come out fresh because it is literally like, putting it through a washing machine. Like, you go through the whole washing process, and then when you come out, you've realized that your whole being has changed. A very simple example I would say is that when you sit for Paramashivoham, Swamiji has designed this program in such a way that it's not that, he's just preparing you mentally, he's preparing you physically and also spiritually. And at the same time, he keeps on lifting you up and up and up to all the different realms of life so that when you are out, you understand what is it that, needed fixing in you. So he literally re-engineers you and he puts you in a place like presented in such a way. It's like you've come out of a workshop. Like, the carpenter has done all the work on you and has fixed you up and you are now ready to start your life totally brand new. So that is Paramashivoham for me.
Beautiful, Ma. And if you have to describe my life before Paramashivoham, after Paramashivoham, how would you describe that?
It's a very beautiful question, Ma. I would say, like, before Paramashivoham, life, I mean, of course, like life of a Apat sannyasi is totally different because it is like, I would tell my friends that, yes, Swamiji says that, they are my devotees and everything. But then he says when he, like, so sweetly and he proudly tells the world, my sannyasis, it's like, wow, I feel like, I just got adopted by the cosmos. It's such a beautiful experience. So that on its own is a whole new experience that Swamiji gives you. But if you would say that if, I'm for a moment, if I was away from Adinam and if there's something that I missed, like now I would say that I'm more of a person who when speaks to people or who even, translates something to people, I'm able to speak with so much confidence. Because what happens is that when you're going through the 16 days of a non-stop re-engineering and, washing, that acid wash that Swamiji says, like you literally come out such a assured person that, you just know that the step that you are taking in life is exactly the right path for you. Like there's no chance for confusion or there's no chance for like second guessing. Because usually what happens is that this is one thing that I've noticed, maybe if I'm speaking more in terms of a female perspective, a little bit of a step back that, you feel that, okay, maybe I'm not as equal, or maybe I'm not able to present. But Swamiji breaks all those identities. Like, there's no identity crisis, whether you are, like a male or a female, whether you are aged, or whether you are of a different race or a religion. And so beautifully, he just describes you as that if you're a practicing Hindu, why don't you do this? So this is Paramashivoham, and this is what has left me now as. Thank you, Ma.
And if you have to describe Paramashivoham to somebody who has never attended the program, in 2 lines, why should I attend Paramashivoham? What would your answer be?
I would say 2 lines is definitely short, but if I have to pick up a call and say, why don't you to join Inner Awakening, what an Inner Awakening, I will say, hey, do you feel that there's something missing in your life? And if you feel, then this is your time to realize what it is, fix it up now. Don't waste your time, because this is the moment where Swamiji is just going to turn your life upside down the right way, and you will get it all in 16 days. Thank you.
Wow, so beautifully shared. Thank you so much, Maniama, for coming and sharing with us. In just 16 days, can life really change? Find out the answer for yourself by attending the Paramashivoham program. The next Paramashivoham program is happening on the 28th, starting on the 28th. And if you've already attended the Paramashivoham program, you can repeat the program. We highly recommend you do the program once again as we get ready to enter into this new year, new era, the new decade. Still, on the 28th of January, the program is starting. Do come and sign up. kailasa.org/Paramashivoham and give yourself the most awaited welcome break in your life by attending the Paramashivoham program. So the program timings are from 6 p.m. Indian Standard Time to next day morning 10 a.m. So it happens in the evening, night until early morning India time, and it will be daytime in the US. That's the timings for the program, 6 p.m. Indian Standard Time, and it goes all night till next day morning 10 a.m. IST, and it starts in Pacific time. In Los Angeles time, it will be 4:30 a.m. Pacific time to 8:30 p.m. Pacific time. And if you're in New York, it will be 7:30 a.m. New York time to 11:30 p.m. New York time. So that's the timings for the program. You can register in kailasa.org/Paramashivoham. Thank you so much, Ma Niyama and Ma Balananda, for coming and sharing your experiences. And while you are watching this, we are now going to enter into our very next segment. And the next segment is going to be the very interesting Vakyata Sadas on the topic of why Kailasa, the need for political legitimacy. And as we get ready for this very interesting debate, and we have a very, very beautiful panel joining us today to share about this, I would like to invite each and every one of you to join and sign up as an e-passport holder, an e-citizen of Kailasa, if you have not yet signed up. And if you're wondering what this is, watch this quick video.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great.
Even a malignous man, by beginning in the company of satsangha, makes even the impossible as possible in this world. KAILASA is the message from Paramashiva to have superconscious breakthrough. Enlightenment, power manifestation, Paramashiva, everything served to you without you even moving out of your couch. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. We can multiply the quality and quantity of your life. The most ancient, best way of life and best kept sacred secrets all these years handed over only from guru to disciple, guru to disciple, guru to disciple. Secrets kept inside the Siddha Paramparas, Siddha tradition. Enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Whole world should become Kailasians.
Welcome back, dear viewers. We are now going to enter into the next segment of the pre-satsang introduction, as we are waiting for today's Nithyananda Satsang. And today we have a very, very, very interesting panel joining us for a very special Vakyartha Sadas on the topic, why Kailasa? The need for political legitimacy. And before we enter into the topic, I would like the NTV to show our whole panelists today. And I would request each panelist to unmute yourself and give a short introduction to yourself, your name, where you're from, and how long you have been knowing Swamiji. So if you can unmute and give a short introduction to yourself. And thank you, everyone. Thank you, all the panelists, for taking your time and coming live on our NTV panel today, sharing about Kailasa and making yourself available to share and enrich the world about Kailasa. Yes, Hamakala Devi, you can go ahead first.
Yes, hello, Nithyanandam. My name is Makala Devi, and I'm speaking to you from New Zealand. I am a Hollywood makeup artist for film, and I've met Swamiji in 2007 and have been back to the ashram or various places where Swamiji was at least once a year, sometimes even twice. Yes, so I'm so delighted to share my thoughts on Sri Kailasa and what it would mean for the country of New Zealand. Thank you.
Wonderful, Ma. Thank you so much for joining us on this panel amidst your busy schedule. Thank you so much. Yes, Suzanne, would you like to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Sure, Ma. Hello, Nithyanandam, everyone. My name is Suzanne Davidson, and I'm coming to you today from the Deep Woods, Val-des-Monts, Quebec, and that's just outside of Ottawa, Canada, the nation's capital. I had the privilege of meeting Swamiji late November 2011, and I too went back. You know, once you meet Swamiji, once you connect with the divine, it's like there's this pull factor. It's like you always have to go back to source. So I went back to Bidadi at least 3-4 times. I went also to Varanasi, to Cambodia, to Ujjain, Kumbh Mela. So it's been amazing. And my background is I was a public servant for 30 years. So when we talk about political legitimacy and how that trickles down within a bureaucracy, I can share more about that later. My profession is a professional coach, and I'm in that transitional period, thanks to Swamiji, in the process of starting a more enlightened business based on the Vedas and Agamas. So very happy to be here. Thank you.
Wonderful, Ma. Thank you so much, Susan. Yes, and next we have Ma Jagatguru Giridharan from Singapore. Nithyananda, Ma.
Nithyananda, my name is Jagatguru. I'm from Singapore. I have known Swamiji since 2015. I attended the first Inner Awakening at Varanasi. That's in 2015. And after that, I attended the Kumbh Mela in 2016. But the greatest experience I've ever had was to be with Swamiji 3 months in the Nithyananda Yogam program, which is completely a dramatic, life-changing experience for me. And I can't get over that even now. And it's absolute blessing for me. And yes, and after that, I have been handling several things, several projects of Swamiji. And currently, I'm a Pujacharya at the Singapore Adinam. So that's about me. I'm one of the crazy devotees.
I'm one of the crazy devotees. Welcome to the club. Thank you so much. And I'm sure many of us watching will be like, yes, I think I fall into that category as well. And I can see a few panelists already relating with that word. And we have next Ma Nithyananda from Bangalore, India. Can you introduce yourself, Ma?
Nithyanandam. Mostly people have known me as Usha. In fact, even Manyanatma has difficulties remembering me as Nanditananda, which was a spiritual name I got when I attended the Paramashivoham program in end of 2016. I, although I had heard about Swamiji many, many years ago, in fact, almost when he first arrived in Bangalore, I was told about him. But I guess, you come to your master only when you're ready. And for me, that readiness happened in July of 2015 when I attended the Inner Awakening at Varanasi. After that, I've been so fortunate to be, closely associated with Swamiji because I took on one assignment or the other, and as a result of which, I kept coming back to the ashram. And in fact, I was one of the first persons to be signed on for the volunteering program, which lasted all of 2016. I still remember Manyanatma giving the longest clap, applause rather, which I had never had in my life. So that fortunate thing to happen for me as a volunteer throughout 2016 took me through to, I was into the Nithyananda Yogam program. I was in and out of volunteering. Throughout 2016, I was blessed to be the editor of Nithyananda Times as well as Hinduism Now, and we brought out several magazines during that period. And I also attended Sadashivoham. I went back to the ashram in 2018 when I was involved in compiling and putting together or editing the nithyanandatruth.org. When I got exposed, I must say, the entire persecution that took place with Swamiji and the Sangha. Otherwise, I didn't have any clue about it. And in a way, I felt very humbled by the whole experience. I don't even know why I got called in to be the editor there, because all the people who were involved in putting together that whole work were all sannyasis, and they were all from the ashram. They were all Adinavasis. I was the only one from outside. And when I went through the whole document, and so considering I did not really spend as much time with Swamiji as all of you have introduced, I just felt so humbled by the fact that I just kept getting called in to the ashram to be part of some assignment or the other. Of late, I've been involved with the ashram in that I've been writing a lot of blogs for Nithyananda Annalaya and doing some editing work or the other. So I'm constantly writing for the Sangha in various ways, because that is my strength area actually, writing, editing and things like that. And then I suddenly get invited into this Vakyat Sadas. So I'm looking forward to sharing my views in today's Vakyat Sadas.
Wonderful, Ma. Thank you so much, Ma Nandithananda. And next we have Ma Indupriyal from Tamil Nadu.
Nityanandam Swami.
Nityananda
Thank
Ma,
you,
welcome
Swami.
to the NTV panel. Yes, can you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Yes, Swami. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me in this beautiful panel today, Swami. I've been connected with our Sangha and blessed to be Swamiji's disciple since 2008 when I attended the NSP program. And since then, it has been an amazing journey of, bliss and, enlightenment journey. And since then, since the first day, the entire family got connected. My brother, my parents, and now my husband. And Swamiji has beautifully prepared the entire Vatavarana of celebration. Yeah, I'm from Chennai. The Chennai Sangha, be it the Chennai Ananagar Sangha or everything. And for me, it has been, Swamiji has been preparing us. When we just look back, all the programs, the initiations, the satsangs, it looks like Swamiji has been preparing us to face this pralaya. And as if we are like showcase dolls for the world to witness how we are in this pralaya. See, this is how my daughters, my kids, my children are even during the pralaya. That is like, we are like showpieces. That is how I literally feel now. Swamiji has been doing for us,
Absolutely, I so agree with you, because Swamiji is creating model individuals and model communities, model enlightenment ecosystems and model nation. And that's why that actually leads us so beautifully to the topic for today. Why Kailasa? The need for political legitimacy of Kailasa. And I would like to start with sharing with our viewers, what is the need for Hindu nation? Just to give you a brief overview, we had 56 Hindu nations at the time of Mahabharata. 56 Hindu nations participated in the Mahabharata war, the greatest war, and in the divine presence of Bhagavan Sri Krishna, who happened on the planet Earth to reduce the Bhubhara and to remove all the destructive weapons that were prevalent at the time on the planet Earth, which could lead to multiple times destruction, had to be brought in a controlled ambience. And the whole Mahabharata war happened in a controlled ambience in the divine presence of Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And at that time, 56 Hindu nations participated in the Mahabharata war. That's the oldest record that we are able to find in the Hindu scriptures on Hindu nations. Slowly, due to invasions, persecutions, massacre, and colonialism, and all that, we started losing one after the other. One by one, we lost all the Hindu nations. The last Hindu nation that we lost, which had a Hindu constitution. When we say Hindu nation, having a Hindu constitution, the last Hindu nation that we lost was Nepal in the year 2007. Today, we have 2 billion living and practicing Hindus in the world. 2 billion living and practicing Hindus in the world, right? Almost 25% of the world population, Hindus, living or practicing Hindus. We don't have one country, one state. From the year 2007 till 2018, we didn't have any Hindu nation, Hindu country, Hindu state. In the year 2018, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, revived the enlightenment ecosystem of Kailasa, which Swamiji has been building from the time of his birth. His very birth happened to revive and re-establish the enlightenment ecosystem on the planet Earth, Kailasa. 26 years of his public life. Swamiji is just 44. He just turned 44 on the 7th of January. Just 44 years of age. Swamiji has revived an enlightenment ecosystem, an enlightenment Hindu nation, Kailasa. And during this time,
Jai Gauri. So today is we have a very exciting topic: political legitimacy of our Kailasa nation. Who would like to start, Ma?
Yes, so sorry for the technical glitch. Yes, thank you so much, Ma Indupriyalma. Sorry. So I was sharing about how we lost each and every Hindu nation that we had at the time of Mahabharata, and we lost, and the last Hindu nation to go was Nepal. And now, in just 26 years of public life, in spite of relentless persecution, right, decade-long relentless persecution, Swamiji has revived the Hindu nation. And it is time we as Hindus, we as followers of His Divine Holiness, we as living, practicing Hindus, understand the need for political legitimacy of Kailasa. Why do we need a Hindu nation, right? And we have, reached out to, we work with and we collaborate with many Hindu organizations around the world, temples, and with different countries. Kailasa has established diplomatic relations. Profit organizations. Hinduism does exist as temples. Hinduism does exist as monasteries. Hinduism does exist in the form of gurukuls, weekend gurukuls, Bala Vidyalayas. We exist in the form of libraries. But what we are missing and what Hindus today are not understanding is the need for political legitimacy. And this segment today and this Vakyata Sadas today is to make us all understand. We may build thousands of temples, we may build hundreds of monasteries and thousands of Hindu gurukuls and schools and weekend schools. But unless we have the political legitimacy, Hinduism cannot be protected. And the need for the political legitimacy of Hinduism, and why we all need to come together today to revive the enlightened civilization of Kailasa. That is the topic that we have. And we would like to start and maybe lead to Ma Nandita to start with, what is your opinion on the need for the Hindu nation Kailasa?
Okay, I always tend to go back into history. If you look at the time period from the invasions which took place, right from about 712 was the CE was the first invasion, Islamic invasion of the country that took place, and after that it was very relentless, and finally it culminated in the occupation of India by different European East India companies, the most prominent of them being the British. And their agenda became to Christianize the country, whereas that of the Islamic invaders and occupiers was that of Islamizing the country. The most interesting aspect of the history of India, which is now pretty well known, is that despite more than 1,200 years of sheer loot and plunder and absolute devastation that was carried out of Hindu, structures and temples and institutions, and rule by Islamic rulers, we didn't get Islamized. Similarly, 200 years of different European powers ruling over us, the country did not become Christianized. And that is because of the political legitimacy that existed in India. Unlike if you were to compare the rest of the world, very rapidly Christianizing of a lot of Europe happened. Very rapidly, countries like Iran and let's say Indonesia, Thailand, and all these places where you had an earlier existing religion was completely stamped out, and you had the establishment of Islamic religion there within a very short period, where virtually the change happened in maybe anywhere between 15 to 50 years. And in India, nearly 1,400 years, they were not able to destabilize it. And right until we got independence, the number of the population who practiced Hinduism was something like still about 80-85%. And that is because political legitimacy that Hinduism had in the form of many, many Hindu rulers who ruled over large parts of the country. Although our history books and the way it is made out to the whole world, like as if it was the Islamic rulers who were the most predominant and they ruled over almost the entire subcontinent, which is not true at all. In fact, what was done was the complete wipeout of the strength and war, and despite all this loot and plunder of the Hindu rulers who kept, the not only the religion alive, so many things that they were doing kept this country and the faith alive. The astonishing part is it is post-independence that very rapidly, right in front of the so-called governments that have been there, on one side you have a very aggressive Christianizing happening, on the other there is a very aggressive Islamizing happening, and ruthlessly that Hindus are being stomped over. And now, in fact, in the last couple of some of the channels I've been listening to, they're very clearly, there are a lot of very worried intellectuals, pro-nationalists, who are saying Hindus are in a minority. For the first time, it is being accepted that we are in a minority, and they are saying maybe in 3 decades later, Hinduism may just be confined to the area of Varanasi. I mean, to that extent is a danger, or the warning signs that are coming from people. So absolutely, it is why political legitimacy is so important if we need to save Hinduism in India.
Absolutely, Ma. So well, so beautifully put. The need for political legitimacy. How we, from different nations, see, if you actually see, under the name of, if you see secular, only Hindu nations are targeted to become secular. All the so-called secular, all Hindu nations are being targeted to become secular, whereas all the other religions, they're only expanding in more and more countries, whether it is number of Catholic countries or Islamic countries or other countries, they're only expanding. All Hindu countries are lobbied to become secular. And the secular, especially in India, see, Kailasa is apolitical. We are not against any country, we are not against any government. But the current state of affairs, the way secularism is used in India is actually anti-Hindu. That is the truth. That's the fact. That is how secularism is being used in India, is to give priority to other non-Hindu religions and not Hinduism. And Hinduism is actually, facing its extinction around the world. And next, we want to move on to Jagatguru from Singapore. The need for political legitimacy. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so basically what I want to share today is that there are several Hindu organizations and several Hindu gurus. They've kind of, they've lost because of this illegal war against them. They've been charged with rape and murder, and it's all kind of a very illegal, lot of illegal cases against the Hindu gurus are being publicized everywhere. So I'm just thinking that Kailasa as such is doing so much for Hinduism, that we have, the temples, the analayas, we have the gurukuls, and we have yoga, we have the healing sessions that's going on, and we have, power manifestations, and so much we are contributing to this world, to humanity. So much has been contributed. So definitely, Kailasa needs to have a political legitimacy, and it needs to be recognized as such globally. Otherwise, we have this kind of vultures, kind of prying around and trying to destroy this Hinduism itself completely. So this political legitimacy is a very important basic condition for kind of governing any institution, for any governance. Otherwise, it will suffer a kind of a deadlock and it will kind of collapse. So it's very important to have political legitimacy, or to be recognized not only locally, but internationally, globally recognized. So I think Kailasa should definitely have that because of its excessive, massive contribution to Hinduism and to humanity.
Absolutely. Very beautiful point. If you actually look at Hindu organizations, in India specifically, guru-based organizations, how we are being targeted. I can say from our own example, right? Swamiji was reviving the Gurukulam system of education. Just because we had a Gurukul, a residential Gurukul, as per the Vedic scriptures, the amount of persecution and the attack that Swamiji had to go through, whether it is in Bangalore or whether it is in Gujarat, just because of the Gurukulam form of education. And there are elements which try to, the anti-Hindu elements, which try to destroy the Gurukul multiple times from the ground up. And we couldn't do anything, even though it was a completely illegal action that was taken, and it was completely against the law. The media, the whole nexus of the media mafia, the politicians, the anti-Hindu government officials, the anti-Hindu mafia, all these, the whole ecosystem has become inherently anti-Hindu. And so there is one side lawfare, there is one side media fair, and there is one side, assassination attempts, and this whole ecosystem is so much against Hinduism. Now, you can work for 50 years and 60 years and try to build the biggest temple and the largest temple and the largest sannyas sampradaya, but any anti-Hindu element can just come and throw a stone and can destroy the years and the decades of hard work that the Hindu gurus are putting in. And if you actually see the example of Asharam Bapuji, right, whether it is Asharam Babu or Ram Rahim or Sant Rampal, and so many other Hindu gurus today are actually victims of persecution. They are serving their lifetimes in prison today. Being innocent today, they are serving their lifetimes in prison. Swami Premananda actually was killed in the prison. He died in the central jail. He was falsely accused and he died in the central jail. We have lost many sadhus. In Palghar, 2 Hindu monks are being beaten to death. Beaten to death. Until they died, they were beaten and beaten and beaten and mob lynched and beaten to death. Why all this is happening? Because we do not have a nation. We do not have a political legitimacy. We have scriptures, we have Hindu scriptures, we have temples, but we do not have constitutional protection for Hindu gurus. We do not have political legitimacy. So if we continue to only exist as temples, only exist as non-profit organizations and charitable organizations and religious entities around the world, there is no guarantee that we will survive, because there is a concerted attack which is completely illegal, which is completely against the law. And whenever it happens to a specific Hindu guru, the rest of the Hindu diaspora sometimes tends to think, oh, maybe there is something wrong there. Oh, that's why they are facing it. Unless the hit comes to us, then you realize, oh God, this whole thing is a persecution. Now it is time for the Hindus to wake up and realize that the only way Hinduism can be protected is political legitimacy. That is why Kailasa today is putting its focus on revival of the Enlightenment civilization, the political legitimacy, the diplomatic relations, the bilateral relations. We are reaching out to governments, international bodies, to first get the political legitimacy of Kailasa. And once we have the political legitimacy, we are free to build and expand. And we know that nobody can shake and touch the whole revival that Swamiji is doing. Otherwise, you work for 10 years and 15 years and 20 years, any random anti-Hindu element, like the stupid, the anti-Hindu elements, the media mafia, anybody can just come and destroy what you have created. Right, Swamiji gave an example in the Satsang about honeybees. How the honeybees gather and create this whole thing, and somebody just comes and takes the whole honeycomb and goes away. Again, they start building. Hindus are like honeybees. Somnath temple was destroyed 17 times. We are telling it as a pride that yes, we rebuilt it and today it is standing. But there is one important point to see. We lost it 17 times. We allowed the Somnath temple to be destroyed 17 times. Because we did not have the political legitimacy. So today, and this whole greater science of enlightenment, this whole greater science of Hinduism, Swamiji has revived and is reviving. And this revival is not just for the benefit of Hindus, it is for the benefit of whole of humanity. And to share about the need for the revival and the political legitimacy, we have Ma Kaladevi, who's joining us from New Zealand. Nithyanandam, and welcome, Ma Kaladevi. I know it's very early in New Zealand, but you have joined us on this panel at this time. Thank you so much, Ma Kaladevi, for joining us. And what would you like to say about the need for...
Yes, thank you, Ma. I'm so excited to be here and to talk about this. It really, first I just want to tell you, remind everyone, if you haven't ever been to New Zealand, we are two small islands, two beautifully small islands in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. And we have about 4.2 million people here and a lot of land, and it's very, very beautiful. We've been blessed, a very feminine country with lots of greenage and plenty of rain, and you can grow vegetables and fruit trees all year round, and enough land for everyone. And even in this beautiful country and the cleanest air, we are number 2 in domestic violence. We are the top in cancer. And so you look at this and we have real internal problems. And for me, Sri KAILASA, they've tried a million keys. Sri KAILASA is the key to healing the disease in the country, and healing the violence, and taking everyone to the next level, and even being the first enlightened country. I really see Sri KAILASA bringing this whole country, raising this whole consciousness, because the country is so small and we have a small amount of people, that we could actually lift it into being an enlightened country. So I just wanted to give you an example. Just a few days ago, my next door neighbor, I have been away working on a movie out of the country. And when I came back, I found out that my next door neighbor had just gone through a series of chemotherapy for bowel cancer. And when I was speaking with his wife, she said, you know, when he came home and he was making his tea and he was putting sugar in his tea, I said, didn't the doctor, are you allowed to have sugar? And he said, yeah, you know, the doctor, I don't have to change anything. And when I was speaking to her, I was telling her, imagine that you have bowel cancer and they haven't talked about your diet. They haven't, you know, they haven't looked at the cause of it. And you see, with the Vedic science, with Ayurveda and with meditation and all the things that Swamiji has brought to us and revived, the science, the Vedic science, you could see that there's so much missing. There's a big gap, and this gap, this problem that we have in so many areas, the solution is the Vedic science. The solution is Hinduism, and the extremely strengthening technology for each individual, for the community, for the country, whether it's the vegetarian culture, whether you know, as Swamiji says, you know, food can either give you life and radiant health, or it can kill you. You know, and there's so much practice and technology that is needed in this country, and I just feel that we offer the solution. Swamiji and Sri KAILASA is the solution, and once we establish the political legitimacy in this country with diplomatic relations, then you can take this technology and you could infiltrate it. You know, it could just become part of the education system, part of the prison system. And this is also something, if I could just mention about the prisons in New Zealand, we don't have many people in our prisons. Like one prison has 250 people, one has 500 people. It's not like we have tens, hundreds, thousands of people in a prison. However, the women incarceration has gone up 25% this year, men only 12%. And the attacks of women within the prison, that is on each other, has doubled. And the government, they don't know why. So they know they have a problem. They don't know why the problem is happening, and they don't know what to do about it. And this is, the need is so prevalent. And also when you speak to anyone here in New Zealand, their auntie, their cousin, their friend has a different kind of cancer. So they don't have the solution, and Sri Kailasa is the solution. And so it's very exciting work for me and for all of us to spread this information and to spend our time and energy and life working on this. Thank you.
Wonderful, Ma. So beautifully shared, Makala Devi, the need for Kailasa and how in New Zealand, establishing the diplomatic relations with Kailasa can help the people of New Zealand and can really help them heal themselves and really be non-violent beings inside and outside. So beautiful, Ma. Thank you so much for sharing. And if you are watching this live, and we want to invite you to come and share your current thoughts on your opinions. Matter for us. Hindu voices are sacred. Hindu votes are sacred. So do come and share your opinion for us under the live feed on Facebook. Do come and share. What do you think about the need for political legitimacy of Kailasa? Do come under the Facebook live feed and do share your thoughts and your comments under the live feed. And now we are moving on to Susan. We have Susan Davidson from Canada. And Susan, I wanted to ask you how you feel this greater science. You said you have worked in the UNHCR and you have a great experience. So how do you see this greater science of Hinduism being useful for a country like Canada?
Thank you, Ma. Well, I think Kailasa and Canada, there's a really nice, I guess, mutual interest. Canada, as you know, is a democracy. We have, excellent multicultural policies. I myself worked in the bureaucracy for 30 years. So there's a lot of positive governance examples, and often we actually even export governance, frameworks, for example. Having said that, the need for Kailasa to have political legitimacy, if we just go back to what does that mean? And recently, Swamiji coined the term positive politics. Well, what does positive politics mean? It means a structure, a constitution, a legislative branch, an executive branch that is based on the science of enlightenment. We don't have that in Canada right now. We don't have that anywhere in the world, for that matter. And so having been a bureaucrat, we, again, to the best of our ability, we provide services and advice based on, the elected minister. So that elected minister represents the people. However, we all know within Canada and globally, there's an apathy, there's a distrust, there's a fundamental distrust for our leaders, for our politicians. When you look globally, the rates of who's voting, and even when they vote, it's like, how often have I been in a position to say, okay, it's the lesser of two evils. Like, who do I really vote for, and how is it really going to have an impact? And so for Kailasa, and people have mentioned this very clearly, but in order to survive and thrive, in order to really reach out to humanity, we need that constitution. We need that legislative power. We need to be able to execute that as well. And when we look at legislative power, well, what does that really mean? Well, we have laws, we have regulations. So if you want a health policy, you need the piece of legislation. Well, what is it based on? Is it based on someone's career? Is it based on special interest? Is it based on the need to promote pharmaceutical companies and allopathic approaches at the expense of others. And in Canada, we've seen a really dangerous trend where a lot of the alternative methods, for example, I'll use acupuncture in the province of Ontario. You had all kinds of acupuncture, alternative medicine available for years and years. Now they've regulated it. So people that are authentic practitioners have to go through all kinds of hoops and tests and spend years getting recertified. So what's happened is a lot of the alternative medicine is dropped off. And when there's any kind of vacuum, it's like, okay, pharmaceutical steps in. What are my options as an individual? And I find as a Canadian, my choices to use alternative medicines is reduced and reduced. KAILASA Ayurveda is the answer for humanity. And I would say there's a global thirst for positive politics, for a political system that we can trust, where elected officials are either enlightened or working on enlightenment. When the executive is an enlightened master, imagine that. Imagine living and experiencing that as a human. And that's why it resonates for me that we absolutely need that political legitimacy. We need to be able to create and influence how we shape our laws, how we shape our regulations, how we shape our policies. And from there flows all the programs and access to Gurukul, access to Ayurveda, access to alternatives that are actually focused on the well-being of the citizens. It's not my career, it's not political, is this politically viable? It's not about me getting reelected. It is really what we're meant to do, is to be of service to others. And that constitution, that legislative arm, that executive arm, that bureaucracy needs to be transformed. And I think Swamiji alluded to that we need to recreate every human on the planet has an experience how what's happening now in a governance and in experiential, their day-to-day life is just not working for them. Do we have access to clean water? Do we have access to effective education where children are inspired to be who they are? Do we have access to healthcare that works? Do we have access to organic, healthy food? And so every human on the planet can answer that question. And I would say that every individual would have a need for all these things. And so how is that going to happen without us being able to safeguard? And when I hear all the stories or the reality about how Hinduism, authentic Hinduism, has been destroyed and there is a concerted agenda to destroy, unless we step in and the 2 billion Hindus plus all humans wake up to the reality that there's another choice. But that other choice will only happen when we start building our own legitimate, authentic Hindu political structures. So that is the way forward. That has to happen. And that is critical in Canada. That is critical for our neighbors, as we've seen what happens when politics go south. What happens when we divide to conquer? What happens when our basic needs aren't met? And therefore, the political body, that structure needs to be put in place. So it's a topic very close to my heart. And inside, I know, because that is the path forward for humanity, we have no choice but to shift into that direction. We have no choice. Humans cannot sustain ourselves or the planet in the direction we're going in. And this whole COVID is a part of that manifestation. And initially I thought, my state is pretty conducive to a pandemic. My husband, just the other day, he turned and looked at me, he goes, "You're doing quite well, aren't you?" And I thought, well, because of being powerful and having Sadashiva as my best friend and my guru and my plan forward. So as things kind of like are melting down around me, I'm like, you know, sign me up. This is all a sign of creating a space for something else, for us to create something else. I think positive politics is one of those things.
And if you have to share from your personal experience, right, after you have been following Swamiji and, you know, somebody not from, you're not a born Hindu or from this tradition, but how has Hinduism helped you in your perspective of life or in your life, how it has helped you? And what is the message that you want to give to the viewers who are here, who are probably not born Hindus, but they are watching and listening to Swamiji? How is Kailasa going to help humanity in general? This greater science, how can the world benefit from this greater science, and why we should not miss it, and why each country should realize the importance and the significance of this greater science?
Excellent question. And yes, Hinduism is for everyone. And it reminds me when I first met Swamiji, I was, you know, born and raised very much in North American culture and society, which impacted my lifestyle, my cognition, decisions, everything. And when I met Swamiji, I remember the first time I was in Bididi, and they were doing puja, but I had no idea what puja was. And I could hear that, you know, there were bells and lights and incense, and I'm like, okay, what is all this? So as someone who was totally new to Hinduism, I can say that Hinduism has provided me with the path to totally shift my inner space. It shifted my lifestyle. It shifted the decisions I made. And Swamiji very clearly said in a satsang, he said, if you are human, and if I'm paraphrasing, if you're human and you're on the planet, we need to chat. We need to connect. So that's the only criteria. You don't have to be Hindu. You can be Hindu, non-Hindu, whatever your background, your race, your religion, it is irrelevant. And even when you look at the Sangha recently, there was a snapshot, and you have people from all different faiths, all different backgrounds, whether it's education or race or sexual orientation, it didn't matter. And for me, when I first met Swamiji and Hinduism, I had a cognition that I don't really fit in because I'm not a born Hindu. But then through the science of completion, and Swamiji shared so many powerful tools for me to clear out my inner space, then I realized all these wrong cognitions, all these wrong ideas, all these root patterns that were stopping me. And it didn't matter whether I was Hindu or non-Hindu, it just mattered that I was human. And so every human has the same experience. Inside of me was all these ideas about me, about others, about the world that were really limiting me and were affecting my decisions and my lifestyle. So I'll give you a very practical example. For example, I had typical lifestyle. So I ate meat, I drank. Actually, even at one point, it's hard for me to believe, but I was a very committed smoker. And that was typical. I didn't stand out. That was a very typical lifestyle. And I worked during the week really hard, and then I became a weekend warrior. Well, the weekend warrior was someone that would go and have fun and party so that I could make up for all the heaviness and negativity I felt during the week. I said, okay, I can be free on the weekend to do what I want. Through Hinduism, I realized organically on my own that I was actually free, but my freedom wasn't real freedom. My freedom to have this lifestyle was really, when I broke it down, I was free to be dumb. I was free to be dumb in the sense that I was poisoning myself and not aware of it. And through Hinduism, Swamiji would say, I am doing this to help you make better decisions so that you can detox. You can detox your body, you can detox your emotions and your mind. You can realize your mind doesn't really exist. It's a little monkey mind. And so through all these powerful tools of detoxing the body, I was able to do the Nirahara Samyama, which is like a food-free liquid type diet. I was able to do that 14 times successfully. Someone that was completely into this North American diet. So no meat, no alcohol, no smoking, and it dropped off me. I was not giving anything up. I changed my lifestyle out of being powerful cognitions. It happened organically. I'm not saying it happened overnight. That's why I had to keep going back to see Swamiji and have that Shaktipada, that feeling connection with a guru, to keep feeding me that consciousness and higher intelligence. And now I don't miss anything. I just realized that, oh my God, I unconsciously was in self-destruction mode. I unconsciously was doing what I thought I should do. So there was it's not a blame game. It was just shifting from almost being like, an unconscious slave human, a slave to my ecosystem that was based on everyone else making a lot of money and me getting sick, to shifting to an enlightenment ecosystem where I can shed everything. And I have shed so much in terms of my lifestyle, the vegan lifestyle, like alcohol or meat, it's like, I can't even be close to that. And I'm not giving anything up. I'm like standing in my power. So that is what Hinduism gave to me. So if it give it to me, that is a gift that Hinduism gave to me, was strong, powerful cognitions and making different decisions. Anybody on the planet has access to that. And I would venture to say that vibrant health and being able to drop what doesn't serve you is a path for every human.
Wow, so beautifully shared, Ma. From where you were to doing 14 Nirahara Samyamas, it's just unbelievable. And for those of the viewers who are watching and you're not sure what is Nirahara Samyama, Nirahara Samyama is a process where you go beyond the need for food and you awaken the possibilities in your body, in your biology, in your biomemory, to be able to generate energy out of the prana, the life energy that is around us, the space. You are able to generate the energy that you need to run your life and to run your body through that prana, the life force energy that is around us, not just from food. Today, under the name of eating, we actually dump so much of food into our system. And instead of giving us energy, it takes away the energy. We feel so lethargic and tired. And, with so much of, genetically modified food and the plastic food that's out there, it actually harms us than actually helping us. And Swamiji has actually taken us out of this whole delusory food industry that is out there. And he has gifted us with this beautiful Samyama called Be Food Free. It's a Nirahara Samyama, a process where you go through step by step and you completely go beyond the need for, you don't become addicted to food at all. And so many people have experienced miraculous healings by just participating in the Nirahara Samyama. And if you are interested to know more, you can go to befoodfree.org and share and participate in the Nirahara Samyama. It is open to all. It's completely free of cost. And as Susan said, she overcame her addiction to eating non-veg and alcohol and drinking and smoking, which she herself didn't know it was on a path of self-destruction. And today, I don't know how much percentage of the world population is in that. Without knowing how much of damage they are doing to the system, unless it shows up in the form of cancer or diabetes or high blood pressure, in a way that they are not even able to live happily and peacefully and blissfully in this world. And especially with so much of meat industry and carbon footprint that's being generated, so much is happening. Just if we stop the meat lifestyle, it can bring so much healing to us and healing to the planet Earth. But for us to realize that, we need to take the message of Kailasa out to the world. That is why we need political legitimacy. So beautifully put, Susan. Wonderfully, in a very short time, you described so beautifully the profound changes that you have experienced and the need for the countries to wake up and the need for us to establish and get political legitimacy for Kailasa. And before we continue with the Vakyata Sadas, we want to play a short clip from Swamiji's Satsang, where Swamiji is sharing about the need for political legitimacy. And we are going to be back. We have a few more panelists and sharing extremely profound truths and information. And if you're watching this live, please do leave a comment under the Facebook live feed, and we will be more than happy to share your opinions as well. Now, let's watch this short video and we'll be right back after that.
See, actually, these anti-Hindu forces, they are not able to tolerate what I am doing, because whatever I am doing, I am bringing spiritual legitimacy to Hinduism. Understand, it is too much for the anti-Hindu forces to tolerate. So the moment I do something like a third eye and reveal it to the world, they will cook up something. So that the attention is not falling on this. So last 1.5 months, this adults doing third eye demo is happening everywhere. In Bangalore, some 4 or 5 devotees, and Nitya Devi, so many adults doing, which is never done any time earlier, especially in this so many number. And not only that, I think she's training some 45 people who have done Nithyanandoham, and they are all going around and doing in farmers market and putting it in the website and all that. But this spiritually, they are not able to tolerate, because they are not able to handle me spiritually. You understand? It is not... so only in this one thing, they are not able to handle Hindus, especially few people like me. They are not able to handle. So somehow they want to eliminate. I think 2.5 years before, they even once poisoned me. There is suddenly high lead content in my body, and the moment I came to know, the moment I found, all I did is just 2 days pranayama, vomited, and the whole thing vomited, and I had a diarrhea. After maybe 3 days, I checked again, lead is not there in the body. They try to poison with a heavy metal, which is a slow poison, which kills the person by 6 months. So you will not know when the person has been poisoned. How? Nobody knows. So that got cleared, and the only way is then go on creating some false news, an attack. Understand? Some false news they created, saying that I spoke against somebody I don't even know, and which I never do also. And we have given a clarification, but they don't care about our clarification. I recorded the video and sent the clarification and all that. They don't care about the clarification. They just want to... It is basically what I am doing. That's sometimes I wonder, I am one of the Swami in the India. So many millions of Swamis are there, and it's not that I am only speaking on Upanishad, I am only talking about Hinduism. Everybody talks. Why only they target me? Meda, why do you think? Only.
Not Hinduism, because they see a power that's growing, and they for whatever interest they have, they can't diminish that.
No. You see, no. I am telling you, there is no need to be anti me, because I am not against anybody. It is only anti-Hindu forces or anti-me. Because whatever I am doing brings spiritual legitimacy to Hinduism. See, as an individual, I am nobody. I don't have a single penny. You know that. I am an empty-handed person. There is no property in my name. There is no money in my name. I am not, as an individual, I am nobody. But what I am doing brings spiritual legitimacy to Hinduism. That is where they can't tolerate. As an individual, I am nobody.
So this anti-Hindu...
They feel I am a big future for Hinduism, hope for Hinduism.
But why are they anti-Hindu?
Because, yes.
See, Swamiji explained the four components, Amma. Four components, one is political and other three things are there. Social. Spiritual.
See, political, social, religious.
Religious. All three components are like almost broken. Spiritual component is something they cannot break, and enlightened masters are keeping it. The moment Swamiji brings spiritual legitimacy to Hinduism, all three will be united. All four will come back. All four will come back. Then everybody, all the Hindus, those who are not sure about Hindu religion, now third eye reading and the next 1 year Swamiji said he is going to reveal 400 powers. Imagine all the Hindus, they think, oh my God, my religion, all these things, has all these things, all the four components will come together. That is what they are afraid of.
Not only I said I will release, I am already working seriously on it, and they know whatever I have said I have fulfilled. I am not a just talk something and whatever I said, I go on doing it. See, I may take some 3 months extra or 6 months extra and all that, but I am doing, I always deliver it.
But Swamiji, you are upstaging all those akharas and all those spiritual leaders, and they are not liking it.
No. See what I am saying, please understand. The Akhada spiritual leaders upstaged, they are not our enemies. Our enemy is whom I am not upstaging.
Are you quite sure about that?
I am sure about it.
Because you know, the mafia, there is a certain mafia that has always controlled the Indian society.
I am very sure about whom I am upstaging. What you said, you complete what you were saying.
The unifying factor is not there in the Hindu religion. As Swamiji explained, three major components are broken. There is only one aspect, that is the spiritual aspect, which is not broken. And if Swamiji reveals all these things, like third eye and other 400 powers, first of all, the Hindus will think, see, until now Hindus, they themselves are not believing in Hindu religion.
They themselves are not confident about our tradition. See, we brought the rain meter and fixed in our temple, checked whenever our Gurukul kids make the sankalpa, let it rain and do the homa. And we trained them. 96% success rate. It will not rain here. It will rain only in the temple. Drizzle. For Purnahuti and stop. 96% success rate. You understand? So like this, everything I am making it very scientifically. So now, Gurukul kids themselves are convinced. If you do the homa with the integrity and the sankalpa, it will shower. See, Hindus themselves believing in Hinduism. Understand? So that is what my work is doing. Bringing spiritual legitimacy.
The moment spiritual legitimacy comes, Hindus will become Hindus. Yes. Hindus will become Hindus. That is the main threat that they are seeing. If Hindus become Hindus, means believing and having confidence that I am a Hindu. Now people don't have that confidence. They cannot say that a Hindu religion can offer all these great things. So this is what the main thing is, bringing spiritual legitimacy to Hinduism.
So you see, the way I am bringing spiritual legitimacy, it is like a unquestionable. I am not doing something inside like a magic and all. I am making it open for people. Science, reproducible. Understand? Now the kid who did this here, he went to Singapore and did. There was rain.
Yeah. So Bal Sant from Gurukul came to Singapore. We organized Homa with him, which is Dhana Akarshana Homa. He did it with so integrity. During the Homa, I had some patients, so I go out and see another hospital. While I was driving back, there was only in that area there was heavy rain. Only after half an hour it rained somewhere. But for half an hour it was raining heavy in the center. And
See,
we know Homa finished.
It is not just one rain. Like this every day in and day out, one by one, all these powers are becoming signs.
So, these anti-Hindu forces, they must be subsidized by somebody or something, whether it's...
What do you mean they must be subsidized by somebody? There are tons of people openly subsidizing in the internet.
Exactly.
Go and watch.
Yes.
You see, 87% of Indian media is owned by...
To make it out to appear as though all these powers are demonic. Yes, quite right. And they have a lot of money supporting them. And they're trying to make it out that all these powers are demonic. It's not real. Because they don't believe that the divinity is within us. And we have to get our own people to be able to fight us. Yes.
See, they know if I am allowed to exist, in 10 years I will become too big, unhandleable. Understand?
They have no choice, Swamiji. They have to believe that this is happening.
I think they feel threatened by, I'm not doing anything, I'm just sitting and initiating people and giving them spiritual understanding, Kundalini awakening. I'm doing only good, bringing health, healing BP, healing sugar. I'm only doing some good work and bringing little joy to people and smile.
Yeah, but that brings jealousy also, Swami.
I'm not wealthy like them, or I am not having millions of people sitting around me like them. I have only few hundred people, and I am just sitting and teaching them.
But Swamiji, even the West is taking some of the Eastern thought and promoting it. And without you really knowing it, they're supporting your efforts.
I understand.
All these New Age gurus are actually stealing Eastern thought and repackaging it.
All that is okay, but what I am saying, then who is attacking us? Very concerted effort, very funny. Now if we release something positive and we are creating a buzz, immediately that. See, actually, they want to steal our next generation from us. The only way to steal our next generation from us is to make us orphan, illegitimate. Illegitimate, that's the main thing, illegitimate. But they know I am the hope for next generation. I'll bring legitimacy to whole Hinduism and for next generation, which is really, really shaking them or sending jittery into their nerves. And I am sitting here happily in a small hall and few hundred people and talking something, laughing and just healing people. Nothing more than that.
But Swamiji, are you protected enough? I mean, the very fact that...
Protected by Kalabhairava only.
Yeah, but you see, but the very fact that lead found its way into your system, I know you got rid of it.
Now my mother is only cooking for me. We have all that kind of... We have like a minimal kind of a protection. Protection, how will you do? Because I have to meet public and I have to be with the public and that is my life. I cannot be just sitting inside all the time. And I am not that type of person. I always lived in streets, begged and ate and slept in the streets, and I'm that kind of a person. Heavy lead, heavy quantity, which can never happen by food. It has to be only from external sources. But I removed it, and I don't know how it got into the system. I don't know, because when I go to devotees' houses in the Padapuja time, they pressurize me to eat or drink something. So it's a sentiment, you see. In our Hindu system, it's a sentiment. If I come to your house and don't eat, you feel bad that you have done something wrong, or you are not a devotee. I am not accepting your love. That sentiment comes. So I have to eat wherever I go. So I did a trip to Tamil Nadu, visiting some 250 houses in 15 days. So when I go out, at least 20 houses a day I visit. So in every house, whatever, I have to at least take a spoon. So, getting into my body is very easy. Even if you come and stand in the Sarvadarshan and tell, Swamiji, please eat. Only now I am saying, no, I am not, I'll eat later on. Is it organic? All that. In those days, all right, come on. Go. You are happy, na? On Agan. You understand? Getting it into my body is not that difficult. Because I am a public man. Only now we are thinking so much about security. Earlier we never thought about all this.
Even a malignous man, by beginning in the company of satsangha, makes even the impossible as possible in this world. KAILASA is
or the political legitimacy of the greatest and the only Hindu nation. And joining us is also Ma Indupriyal from Tamil Nadu. Nithyananda Ma, can you share what your thoughts are on this topic? And we have a lot of Facebook viewers who are sharing their opinions as well. So we are going to be reading your comments on this topic as well. Yes, Ma Indupriyal, you can go ahead.
Before we get on to why do we need political legitimacy for Kailasa, I would like to start from the history perspective, as Ma Nandita Ma spoke. Historically, Hinduism has been, the foundation has been political legitimacy. Even when the kings ruled, the kings were just caretakers of the entire system. They were guided by the gurus, and the gurus just interpreted the Vedas and Agamas given by Paramashiva himself, which literally laid the political foundation of our system, of our ecosystem. That is how Hinduism was. We had political legitimacy, and we were literally flourishing. We were the global GDP contributors. But this GDP contribution itself attracted the pirates, the thieves to us, and they, in a very organized way, they removed the political legitimacy and made ourselves, even the Hindus, believe that a spiritual life is separate from the political life. And that was a real game changer. What happens is that based on the political legitimacy, we derive constitutional legitimacy, and from that we derive legal legitimacy, and from that judicial and executive legitimacy, and from that we derive social legitimacy, economic legitimacy, and finally existential legitimacy itself. When any organization or institution or a state or a community or even an individual disassociates himself or itself from political legitimacy, what happens is that his views, his interest, or his contributions becomes absolute. more represented in his own community and also in the international forum. That is what we suffered in 2000, be it in 2010 or as recently as in 2018. When Swamiji was literally, illegally denied passport and he was thrown out of our country, none of the international newspapers or the Indian national channels not even showed the truth. We were deeply pained. As a Sangha, we were deeply pained, and our pain was not even represented as a one-liner because we were not thinking about the political legitimacy. And that was a huge wake-up call. Even I was thinking, a spiritual life is separate. Why should we bother about the political system? As spiritual beings who are in the path of seeking enlightenment, rightly pointed out, we were again and again forget that we were plundered because we were not bothering about our political legitimacy. Like, we are innocent people, but we are huge contributors of GDP even now. If take any country, take any political nation, across the boundaries, wherever Hindus are, even though we are minority communities in different parts of the world, in that part, we will be, as Swamiji has pointed out in the satsangs, we will be highest GDP contributors in economically and also in educational wise, in culture wise, we'll be really good contributors. But when it comes to any issues, our interest being represented, we have no backing because of lack of political legitimacy. Like, even even a terrorist, a Muslim Islam terrorist, even when he has his interest to be represented, and even Vatican is there to represent the interest of Christians, but legal, legitimate, rightful interests of Hindus are not being represented, let alone being represented. It is not even highlighted anywhere across the globe. And that calls for political legitimacy for our Kailasa nation. And why is it important? We understand that now. And any time when cosmos, makes us realize a truth, it becomes we cannot say idle that, okay, and wait for others to understand that and let people raise and come. No, it becomes our responsibility to make people realize the consequences of not understanding, not putting our effort in building the political legitimacy. We cannot let people suffer and then say, that is what Swamiji has been doing for us. He has patiently, with all his compassion, he has raised us, he has made us understand. And now it is time for us to not only build the political legitimacy, but also help people realize it is not just the Hindus, entire humanity. I think as Swami, entire humanity is based on Hinduism. It is only Hinduism that is giving the flourishing ground for humanity to thrive on this planet Earth. So it is our responsibility, any sensible conscious being, it is our responsibility to protect Hinduism, our gurus, by giving the rightful political legitimacy wherever we are across the planet. So as Swamiji has made it, all the nations, we are just borderless humanity we are representing, not just the Hindus, not just the disciples. And it is only the political legitimacy that supports. See, take for instance, now the entire world is suffering from this COVID, and people are running left and right to find vaccines to protect humanity from this situation. If we have the right political legitimacy across the globe, as a Sangha, what is Swamiji doing for us? He is not trying to heal us. First, what he does is he's just raising our immunity so that we are above the virus, above the pandemic. So when we have political legitimacy, entire globe, just by altering our lifestyle, just by altering our thought process, just by altering the way in which we exist, that can become an international law. If we have the political legitimacy, world does not have to suffer. To live a conscious life, to celebrate life is the birthright of every being. And here, as Paramashiva, as Avatar, Swamiji is giving that science. But why is it not reaching every individual across the globe? because we do not have the sufficient political legitimacy to take it to every individual across the globe because of differences in the political understandings. When we have that political legitimacy, every right of every being is rightly understood and it is celebrated. And for that, I think as much as spiritual legitimacy is important, political legitimacy is equally important, ma. And to protect the innocence, say I don't remember the person of the story involved. There was a story where, or a real incident where a Gurukul student goes to the Guru and asks for his Varna to be identified. And the Guru asks the name of his father, and the child goes and asks his mother. And the mother says, I don't know the name of your father, and without manipulating the truth. And the child goes and tells it to the Guru that I do not know the name of my father. And the Guru immediately declares the child as a Brahmana. That kind of innocence, where can we protect it, ma, unless we have that political legitimacy? It is only Kailasa that can protect the innocence of beings.
Absolutely, ma. Such a wonderful point that you brought. It is to protect for our innocent next generation and for so many other purposes. Without political legitimacy, we cannot revive this great grand civilization. And I'm now going to take a few moments reading the comments from our Facebook viewers. We have a lot of viewers who have been actively sharing their inputs on the Facebook, and I thank all the viewers for your support. It is the support of all the Hindus, the global Hindus, and all the patrons, that today Kailasa is receiving its supports from every nook and corner of the world, and whether it is ambassadors, diplomats, ministers, heads of states, everyone is understanding the need for Kailasa today. And the proclamations and the commendation letters and appreciation letters for His Divine Holiness, the Supreme Pontiff, has been flooding from all nook and corner of the world, understanding at just 44 years of age, what has been accomplished by Swamiji is just unfathomable to anybody. And they are just like, showering their support and their respect and reverence for the effort and the hard work and the Tyaga of Swamiji. And today we have many Facebook viewers who are YouTube viewers who are sharing their comments. And if you're watching this and if you would like to register your opinion about the need for political legitimacy, please do come to our Facebook live feed, and under the Facebook live feed you can comment, and I'm going to read some of the comments. We have Annapurni Ramanathan, who has commented, made a lot of comments. She says the very purpose of taking a human body is enlightenment. People of the world have no idea about this. Majority of the people are materialistic. When surrounded by such people, we forget this purpose. And so we need a nation which resonates this completely at all levels, which is what Swamiji's Kailasa is all about. This is what is called hitting the nail on the head. In just one line, you just precisely said why we need Kailasa is to remind humanity the true purpose of human birth. Great. She continues to say, religion is mixed with politics. It is very different for any master to revive Sanatana Hindu Sanatana Dharma to its pristine and authentic glory, except having a nation whose very functioning is based on the principles laid out by the Vedic heritage. Yes, the constitution of Sanatana Hindu Dharma is going to be based on Vedas and Agamas. Sorry, the constitution of Kailasa is going to be based on the Vedas and Agamas, and Manusmriti and the Dharma Shastras are going to be the jurisprudence. So absolutely right. She continues to say, Annapurni Ramanathan, thank you so much for your valuable comments. Annapurni continues to say, Kailasa is about realizing you are Paramashiva, radiating the powers, the state, the space of Paramashiva. It needs a Sangha, an ecosystem, to remind you constantly, and a master, a guru, who works tirelessly on you with ultimate compassion and pushes you into that space. We can't do it alone. The very human psyche has become so complex that the mind has taken so much control of our life, and the thick layer of delusion makes it impossible to do it alone. And Hinduism has so many aspects, and it requires a complete, committed ecosystem for complete revival in all its dimensions. And so we need a nation Kailasa. Absolutely, Rama Annapurni, such a valid points. Thank you so much for being a part of this Vakyatha Sadas and sharing such absolute authentic facts and truths about Hinduism and Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Thank you so much for your support to Kailasa. And we have Girja Kailasam from Chennai. She has said that today is our Republic Day. This is 26th of January. It's India's Republic Day. And she says, just happened to go out. I saw nowhere our patriotic songs sung anywhere, either in schools, colleges, or in public places, or even in our radios or in TV channels. Unlike 30 to 40 years back, we enjoyed week programs of dance, drama, competitions in patriotic songs, Bharatiya songs in all languages, flag hoisting every nook and corner. Instead now, I could hear only namaz in every mosque, all the 3 times in loudspeaker from early morning till night. I feel very bad that how many songs by our elders and so much of patriotic songs create patriotism to Bharata Desha and the growing children. We are made to forget this is a conspiracy, not just by anti-Hindus, but by inactivism of Hindus. Swamiji calls us reluctant warriors. We listen to this, we see Hinduism being destroyed right in front of our eyes, we keep quiet and we move on as we think, or we are deluded. It's led to the destruction of Kailasa. So it is important that we Hindus do not continue to have that reluctant warrior attitude and come and be a part of the revival. Say that, yes, I got to be a part of making the Hindu nation happen in whatever capacity, in whatever way. Whether you share your time, talent, or treasure, it can be as simple as just coming and leaving an opinion under the Facebook live feed, taking 2 minutes of your time and giving a message, or just clicking the share button, or inviting people for Swamiji's Bhava Darshan, inviting people for Paramashivoham, or just sharing the Facebook SPH GGM Nithyananda Paramashivam page. It can be as simple as that. Kailasa's Ma Nitya Shivamananda saying, great experiences. Thank you for sharing. We have Sankalpit and Jaykumar Ayya saying, thank you so much, Swamiji. So many people expressing their gratitude for Kailasa. And we have Annapurni Ramnathan who has commented again. She says, what drew you to this space or channel? Then, if you feel this way, what you may say may be true, but it is all about each person and not generally. Each person gets individually touched, individually transformed. We have so many people sharing their gratitude message to Swamiji and to Kailasa for its revival. And please do leave your comments, leave your opinions, comments, and we will be reading it out during the course of this conversation. And yes, while we are back to this panel, and I want to leave it out to the panelists to take a moment to share. Yes, Ma Jaygauri, go ahead.
What I want to share is, in this current world that we are in, we see that everywhere there is kind of this anti-Hindu sentiment. You know, that gurus are attacked, anything about Hinduism is kind of always attacked. So you see that in every country, they have their own agenda, they have their own religion that they're promoting, either Christianity or Muslim or whatever they're promoting their own religion. And also, there is a kind of a head for every religion. For example, you have Christianity, you have a problem or you have an issue somewhere, you run to Vatican. Or you have a problem in Islam or something, there is Mecca, Medina, they have their own places to go. But we Hindus have kind of given up everything. We are willing to give up our country, our land, everything we've just given up. So in case there is any problem with the Hindu itself, where do we Hindus go? We don't have any place to call our own, like we don't have a home. If we are attacked, we don't have a home, we can't run anywhere. So this is where actually Kailasa is coming. So if you're looking at all the Hindus, like we have this Sant Rampal. So he is a very popular kind of a guru. He is a very different way of thinking he has. So he just made a small comment about Satyartha Prakash. That was a kind of a thing about Arya Samaj. So he made some remarks about that. And when he made this remark, there were kind of some clashes that were happening. And during this clash, there were some people who were killed, some were injured, and some were shot dead. So this happened because it was between the people, between the mob. But ultimately what happened was, he was actually blamed and he was considered the murderer, and the entire blame was kind of shifted on him. So the whole agenda, if you look at it, is like they purposely want to place something on the guru so that when you attack the guru, the entire organization falls. So this is the agenda. So if you see in India, especially, this is very common. We are supposed to be calling ourselves a Hindu country, and we have so many Hindus, and majority of them are Hindus. But it's kind of a real funny situation that we are in, because the so-called Hindu country itself has so many people who are promoting other religions and everything else. And we ourselves are not standing by our own religion, our own people. So you see that mostly the people who are actually attacking the Hindu gurus are Hindus themselves. So it's just that, can't they think? I mean, can't they just think and see what's happening? So this is a very pathetic situation. So there is so much of publicity given even to a small thing that happens when a Hindu guru does something or something happens in that organization. I think most of us don't know that there was this guy called Paul Dinakaran. This thing didn't even come much in news. Probably a few media channels just showed a bit of that, in a small little place in the newspaper. They just told about him. It's a very pathetic situation because we're supposed to be in a Hindu country where, the Hindu gurus are like any small thing is like all over the place in newspaper and social media everywhere. But this guy, actually, there was an income tax raid that happened on him, and they recovered I think 4 kgs of gold, and they found something like 120 crores worth of rupees, and they also seized some gold worth 4.5 kgs, and there's so many things that happened. It was all put in one small place in the newspaper where you have to really search and look for it. You can't find it, but somehow our eyes kind of fell there, and we actually found it. So such things are not even brought to public. So when we have a problem, when Hindus have a problem, where do we go? When Hindu gurus are attacked, even gurus who have so many followers, they themselves, when they're attacked, there's nobody there to actually save them or to give them any kind of a protection. After all, what are we? We're just basically people like this. So who is there to protect us? A common Hindu. We have Christians, Muslims promoting their religion. They are going around talking about their religion, doing so much for them. We don't have anybody going out openly with courage. That's main thing, courage. Nobody has the courage, like how Swamiji has. Nobody has this courage. That's what he says. You beat me here, I'll go there. You beat me there, I'll go there. He said that Yenda and Pandra. So that's what he meant. So wherever you beat, it's like you can just beat me, but you can't beat my space. He's like absolutely powerful. So we definitely need somebody like Swamiji who has to be there and who has to help all the Hindus. I'm very sure all the Hindus must definitely come together, and we have to support this thing in case we want our future to grow. Otherwise, Swamiji is really our last hope. If not for him, there is nobody else who has this much of courage. And Kailasa must definitely happen, and it should have the political legitimacy for sure. There is no other way out. There's no other way. There's only one way to help humanity is there should be political legitimacy to Kailasa, and only then Hindus will be protected, Hinduism will be saved, and Hinduism saving is like humanity being saved. So this is what I wanted to talk about.
Beautiful, Ma. Absolutely. Yes, Ma, Nithyananda Ma, go ahead.
Okay, just to go back to what Ma Kaladevi shared, which was a very surprising statistics for me, because I always looked at New Zealand as being a very beautiful, very peaceful kind of a country, and to hear that something like domestic violence, they're on something like second from, they stand second. It was very shocking for me. One of the most unique aspects of Hinduism is the worship of the female consciousness, which nobody else in the world has. And in fact, it is that aspect although there is such a projection out into the, in the media that are like as if, there is, domestic violence and there is, rape and this, that, and the other in almost every corner of the country. Reality is, in terms of statistics, India is quite way down. And that is really because still in this country, worshipping the female form is very prevalent. However, it is certainly in the danger of being completely destabilized. And when devotees have the privilege, I would say, to have something like a darshan of Swamiji in the female form, you just realize how important it is for people to recognize this as an element, not just to be saving or to be protecting the women, but I'm really talking of entire Prakriti, because today one of the things bothering the entire world is the destruction of the environment. And with the Hindu philosophy that we have, one is worship of the female consciousness and therefore Prakriti, but also the respect for every being that exists. Everything is one, right? So that, bringing that forward and as is very, very important. That is one aspect. The other aspect is, there are certain things in our country survived the onslaught, even they are there today. And that is things whichever that survived in the Guru Sishya Parampara. That could be things like classical dance. No other country in the world has the kind of classical forms of music that we have. 8 forms of classical dances, all this to one Shastra, which is the Nati Shastra. Similarly, thanks to one family, you have a complex form of art like the Chola bronzes. It has survived just because one family decided to take it forward. Like this, there are in pockets things that are carried forward, but you need an ecosystem if you need to allow this to flourish. In the same way, the Ayurveda, many people talk of Ayurveda from the books, but what very few people know is there is lot of knowledge sitting with old people in remote villages. Who is going to take them or allow some knowledge of that kind to be gathered together? It cannot happen, and unless and until there is a Hindu ecosystem which gets all that, together. So for all these to happen, to literally save the entire world, and I've already sent it before, the only religion or the only faith that actually believes in non-violence and practices non-violence as also peace, which is what everybody is talking about. Everyone wants peace, but in the kind of patriarchal system that both the Abrahamic religions promote, it cannot happen. But with Hinduism, all these things that the whole world is wanting to happen, but are totally at sea, how are we going to get it? We need to have Kailasa.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. Ahimsa paramo dharmaha. Even after 700 years of Islamic rule and 200 years of colonialism, we keep uttering the same thing. Ahimsa paramo dharmaha. Ahimsa paramo tapaha. Ahimsa paramam dhanam. We keep saying non-violence, 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 non-violence. Even after Swamiji has gone through so much of persecution and attacks and brutal assassination attempts and such frivolous lawfare, even at that point, Swamiji only said one thing: Ahimsa paramo dharmaha. We will walk the path of non-violence. So if the world is looking for a solution towards global peace, Kailasa is necessary. For Kailasa to happen, the political legitimacy is necessary. And Hinduism is the only way forward for global peace, because Hinduism is the only religion which embraces every other religion. Right? We do not say that we are the only religion that can exist or we are the only saviors on the planet Earth. No. Hinduism says that as many paths, as many beings, so many paths. Right? So we believe that every individual has the right to choose his or her own path. Whether you worship Paramashiva or whether you worship Mother Mary, it's your choice. And we encourage whichever path you are, and if you have chosen that path for your liberation or for your growth or for your manifesting what you want to do, we respect that. Right? We don't feel there is no ritual in Hinduism for conversion. So if we are looking at a religious terrorism-free world, if we are looking at global peace, there is only one solution for it, and that is Hinduism. Hinduism is a greater science for humanity, and for Hinduism to be protected, we need Kailasa, which is reviving the civilizational nation Hinduism, the Hindu civilizational nation. For Kailasa to happen, we need political legitimacy. Without political legitimacy, we can be destroyed time and again. We can write great books that we built Somnath Temple 17 times. Do we want to do it again? Do we want to wait till Somnath Temple gets destroyed again? Or do we want to build an infrastructure, a framework, a model where we can never be destroyed, so we can go on enriching and enriching the science to the world? If Hinduism had a political legitimacy 1,000 years back, and we maintained the political legitimacy, we could have enriched the message of Paramashiva, enriched this knowledge, and created the enlightened ecosystems everywhere on the planet Earth. Today, we don't have to suffer with what we are suffering today. Today, 1 billion animals don't have to be killed for food every day, right? So we could save planet Earth if just Hinduism reaches nook and corner of the world. And that is possible only if we are out to enrich this message to the world. And that is possible only with political legitimacy. And joining us also on the panel, we have Ms. Debbie Schuler from St. Louis, who is joining us. Nithyanandam, Debbie, thank you so much for joining us today. And if you can introduce yourself, please.
Nithyanandama. Hi, I'm Debbie Schuler. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. I've been a devotee of Swamiji since 2013, went to my first program in 2014, and have been with him since.
Wow, beautiful. Thank you so much, Debbie, for joining us on the panel today. We have a vibrant panel joining us. We have people from Singapore, India, Canada, New Zealand, and of course, one country was missing, and you joined from the US. Okay, so now the topic that we are discussing is the need for political legitimacy of Kailasa. And for all the viewers who are watching us on NTV Live or Facebook Live, Kailasa, as the only Hindu nation that exists on the planet Earth today, is not just for Hindus. Kailasa, this greatest science, is for the whole of humanity. And I want you to share, maybe from your personal example, what are the benefits that you received after becoming a follower of Swamiji, and how has your life changed? And what do you want to tell to our viewers who are probably not born Hindus, or not from India, or not from this cultural background? How can this science of the greater science of Hinduism help them?
Thank you, Ma. So, yes. So my lifestyle was already like coming towards more the physical things, right? Such as like the diets, the vegetarian sattvic diet. I was already doing vegetarianism, and it was more for health more than anything at the very beginning. I was looking into, organic gardening or buying organic vegetables and fruits, looking into non-genetically modified foods to eat, those types of things. I was already working out previous to all this. I was already doing like chanting, meditation, a little bit of yoga, those types of lifestyle. So this really, he was segueing me into, coming into this type of environment, which is just beautiful how it just has become that way. And those are just, that's just the tip of the iceberg, right? Anyway, so like you live this certain lifestyle, but then it goes deeper than that, right? So you start like doing these physical changes and modifying your lifestyle and whatnot. And then you start to do like yoga daily, you start to do puja daily, you start to detox your body. I never did jalabasti, a neti pot, or an eye wash before I joined the Sangha and started following Swamiji. But it's so true, taking Ayurvedic herbs, the more we detox our body, the less, the stomach, Swamiji talks about the stomach has to be very clean, then the thoughts, the thought currents, the cognitions become very clean as well. They go to a higher level. Those things I've actually experienced personally, which has been beautiful. Combining that with the meditation, the yoga, just really has elevated my life personally. And, I don't live in that victimhood that I used to live in. I don't live in the guilt and the shame as much as I used to, that I was taught growing up, because of course, I'm in the Western world and I was raised Catholic. And so I don't have that mentality as much anymore. It does creep in still, it's a work in progress, right? So those things have really benefited my life, changing the cognition, dropping the judgment. That's a big one as well. And I still catch myself and I'm going, no, don't judge, because you don't know exactly what life lesson that person has to learn versus what you are trying to learn. Everybody's on their own path, correct? So how can other people benefit from this? Anyone can benefit from the science. I mean, it's just, I don't know. I didn't think that there was actually anything out there. I mean, I kept asking, source for, give me a lifestyle that I can live on a daily basis, that I can actually express in my life, and live day to day. And this has been it. I mean, this is what I've been asking for, and this has been it. Now, has it been a challenge? Yes, it's been a challenge at times. Because we get put to the test, how much can we handle, correct? So, but it's been a beautiful journey. So other people can benefit from this as well. Lots of things. I mean, I could talk all day, Ma, Swami.
Absolutely, ask me about it. In terms of what Swamiji can shift and change in our lives. And I know, Debbie, that you're from the US and your children, are studying there. And how do you see the world that's out there who are yet to open their eyes to what Hinduism is all about, with so much of sometimes atrocity material that's out there, and people have their own wrong ideas about Hinduism. Right? The minute you say Hinduism, people think, oh, it's some superstition, it's some idol worship. So maybe there's some wrong idea about Hinduism that's also out there. So how do you see the need for this political legitimacy, and how this greater science can help not just adults, but young children and people of all ages? How do you see that? When you see Swamiji, the Sangha versus the people that are out there who are really struggling to cope up with their regular lives today?
Yes, it's very true. Even in my workplace, I mean, I see it. I mean, people are stressed out. They don't know how to handle, most of the regular day-to-day life activities. Children could really benefit from this as well. So I've seen it with the Gurukul, children expressing the Shaktis, the powers, and how much that puts them in such a different space. And, I've experienced that myself personally as well. And it's just, it just makes life easier. It just really does. It just, things that you thought would be such a mountain or, from a molehill, it just makes it just so irrelevant. And I know that's, that's what Swamiji says, but it's so true. So true.
Absolutely, Ma. And I know you are, very passionate about yoga. And that's one of the things, especially in the US, people learn a lot about yoga. There's so much of, information about yoga that's out there, but many of them don't know the true authentic science of yoga. Mm-hmm. And from your experience, what would you like to share in terms of, I know you're a yoga acharya and you've learned and you teach and, you love Nithyananda yoga. So what would you like to share about that?
Yes, from what I found out, yeah. Well, I didn't even know anything about yoga before meeting Swamiji, because I did yoga on my own, going to yoga classes at the studio. And I really truly didn't know the true purpose of it, the true purpose of it being enlightenment, to help us, keep our bodies, our nadis and our chakras clear so that we can actually elevate that Kundalini Shakti all the way to the Sahasrara, so we can actually manifest the powers and we can be at our fullest potential. So I had no idea. And I know that no one, not very many people do know that, because when I have taught the classes, people are like, really, this is what this is for? And it's like, yes, this is what this is for. Now, some of them don't want to hear that because they're just like, or it goes in one ear and out the other. Anyway, eventually it'll land where it's supposed to, correct? So.
Absolutely, Ma. Actually, even growing up in India, in a traditional Hindu family, even we had no clue yoga was for enlightenment, and it is so not given importance. Actually, yoga gained importance in India after it got picked up in the West. Like Swamiji says, every idea has to go to the West, and the West has to recognize it for the Hindus to even wake up to the reality of what yoga is about. Such a beautiful science. And nobody in India, actually, we really don't give any respect to yoga because it is so prevalent. It was a part of our lifestyle, and now it is not taught to children. It's not taught in schools, and everybody knows it, but nobody practices it. And we don't really know the true essence of yoga until Swamiji really brought it back to life. So beautifully shared, Devi. And we would like to see, Mahindu Prema, would you like to share some thoughts about what you feel are the need for the political legitimacy as well?
There is actually lots and lots. Swamiji is literally showing like a picture what we were as a Sangha since the time I started seeing, since 2008 till now. Ma, the abuses that we went through in 2008, I am a part of the Sangha. Every day I'm listening to satsangs, but until recently as Paramashivoham, I didn't really know what was happening, Ma. How Swamiji was abused, the anthrax bomb, the acid egg attacks, I didn't know. Until political legitimacy was established for our nation, we couldn't even speak openly about all that. That kind of pain, only we can understand, Ma. What is happening to my Guru? What is happening to my Ammayappan? We cannot discuss that openly. Let alone informing the world, taking it to the world, taking it to others. We ourselves cannot discuss it openly. Why? The truth, when we are all living in this body, it is being twisted, altered, and cooked up and projected as wished by the false propagators for their own vested interests. Ma, Swamiji's mission is enlightenment, to give enlightenment to crores of beings, not just human beings, to all beings. Whether we have political legitimacy, we don't have, that is immaterial. Swamiji is going to do that. But why do we need that political legitimacy? Is to sensitize beings, to make them understand, at least to take the message to their ears. Thanks to social media, we are able to reach out to people in corners of the world where we cannot otherwise through the media industry, because it is highly corrupted.
Absolutely.
Swamiji is here with a mission, but to take it forward, to take that beautiful signs of enlightenment that our Bhagavan is blessing us with, to live that lifestyle, we need that political legitimacy.
Absolutely, Ma. So beautifully shared, Mahindu Prema. And thanks to all our panelists today. It was a very, very, very interesting discussion and a debate on the topic of the need for political legitimacy of Kailasa. And I hope today's panel gave you insights into why we need to be aware. And please do share this live feed with your friends and family so everybody can be aware of the need for political legitimacy of the greatest and only Hindu nation, Kailasa. With that, we are now going to move on to today's Nithyananda Satsang. And before that, a quick announcement. Tomorrow, the 27th, we have a very, very, very special Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Bhagavan Dakshina Murti. So please do go ahead to events.kailasa.org and let's all get ready for the advent of the Adi Guru, Dakshina Murti in our lives, who transmits the science of enlightenment. And Kailasa is all about reviving that enlightenment civilization. Just one glimpse of Dakshinamurti. Just your eyes falling on him. The very energy of the first guru who happened on the planet Earth is going to land tomorrow. Don't miss it. Don't miss it for any reason. And invite everybody, all your friends and family, let their eyes fall. Few seconds, if they have the darshan of Dakshinamurti, is enough. Few seconds, let your eyes fall on him. That is enough for the karmas of lifetimes to be burnt. Don't miss the darshan of Adi Guru, who takes us, the Guru, who takes us from the darkness of ignorance to the light of knowledge. Is going to happen tomorrow, 8:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time. Go and register in events.kailasa.org. With that, we will be concluding today's segment, and we will now move on to the Nithyananda Satsang. So please sit straight with closing your eyes, bringing your awareness to all the three eyes. And let's all intensely chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, as we get ready for today's Nithyananda Satsang. Thank you.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Shri Mahants, Mahants, Tanedar Kotari, visitors, viewers, everyone sitting with us all over the world. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. So nice to see you all after a long time for Satsang. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Listen. The conclusions you arrive is the foundation for the life you are going to manifest. The conclusions you arrive now about everything is the foundation for the life you are going to manifest as future. For example, if you have right conclusion about Paramashiva, you will simply manifest him in your life. He will be your future. He will be part of your future. If you have confused conclusions about Paramashiva, you will have confusion manifesting in your life as your future. Understand, whether about Paramashiva, or about yourself, or about God, or about world, or about your family, wealth, even your conclusions about health, all your conclusions you have now becomes the blueprint for your future. all the cognitions you come, you arrive. When I say cognition, you can understand as conscious conclusions. Conscious conclusions. For example, sometimes you may not be really believing the capacity of fasting, but consciously you decide and come to the conclusion, fasting is the great support for my body to rebuild itself. I am coming to this as a conscious conclusion. Then it becomes cognition. That cognition, the conscious conclusion, whether today or tomorrow or within few weeks, future, because any conscious conclusion does not die. It is a seed with life. Even on the solid rock, seed with life does not die. It waits for rock to get powdered, become sand, and the rain to shower, right ecosystem and atmosphere for it to sprout, and it sprouts. Conscious conclusions does not die. Conclusions you arrive forms the basis of your life, your existence, your future, your life manifestation. So, coming to right conscious conclusions is most important for manifesting health, wealth, intelligence, smartness, powerfulness, Paramashiva, powers, all the best things of life. Coming to conscious conclusions, right conscious conclusions is literally equivalent to manifesting the things you want. I'll give you some of the most beautiful, powerful conclusions Paramashiva himself gave me. Paramashiva himself gave me some of the most beautiful, powerful conclusions, cognitions. I will spell out everything. 1. Life has no complication. 2. Sometimes you believe people saying Paramashiva is far away in Kailasa. Sometimes you believe, no. Paramashiva is literally inside you, not somewhere far away in Kailasa. But listen to the truth. Paramashiva himself gave. He is in far away Kailasa and inside you as your very core existence, both. Understand? Is far away in Kailasa as the center, core of Brahmanda, macrocosm. Same Paramashiva is inside you, depth, core of your existence, microcosm, Pindanda, the center of Pindanda. It's like a time warp. 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 Listen carefully. Listen intensely. I wanted to apologize to all of you for changing my satsang time, but I want to tell you, I just disconnect myself, unclutch myself from this concept of time and throw myself at the feet of Paramashiva. He just literally oozes out, oozes out, oozes out, I tell you. From the time I left India, literally I am sitting inside one room. Rarely I come out, that also for few minutes of walk. Otherwise, literally I am sitting inside my room. Most of the time like this in Padmasana. Most of the time like this in Padmasana. In Samadhi. Whenever Paramashiva settles, I come out and talk. When he just unclutches, he rests in Samadhi. I wanted to apologize for irregular timing for the satsang, but I commit with you, I'll give you the best things. It's like I am diving deep into the cosmos and getting the best pearls, best quality pearls for all of you. So tolerate my irregular timings. And if you are not able to attend the live satsang, it's okay. You can watch the recorded satsang. That is why I told the social media team, up my satsang completely. Let it be fully in YouTube, Facebook, everywhere, unedited. So you can come and enjoy whenever you want. Because of the freedom of being in Samadhi, I am now having confidence to give 2 satsang, more darshans, because I am not bound by the timing. I am interested in getting the best quality of the truths to all of you. That demands me unclutch from completely all time consciousness and time-bound decisions to get down from Samadhi and all that. Now I am so happy that I have freed myself from the time-bound. I just rest in Samadhi. When Paramashiva settles down and ready for the satsang, I inform the social media team, please announce the timing, 12 o'clock, satsang. And all of you are here. I am so happy for the people who are here for the live satsang. And I also want to tell you, even if you are not able to come for live, attend the live satsang. That is okay for me. But what I am sharing now is the most beautiful, powerful truths which directly works and directly from Paramashiva. So now listen. Paramashiva resides in Brahmanda, far away, center of the whole macrocosm. And he is residing inside you, core of you, microcosm, pindanda. It's like time warp. he and you are just directly connected. He is more you than you know as you. Listen, Paramashiva is more you than you even think as you. That is why I say this truth is Suddha Advaita. Even when you don't think you are in Advaita, even when you don't feel you are in Advaita, you are in Advaita. Even when you don't experience you are in Advaita, you are in Advaita. Even when you don't feel, believe, experience you are Paramashiva, you are Paramashiva. Suddenly you discover, hey, I was, I am, I will be Paramashiva. Oh God. It's like you discover the person on whom you had a crush also have a crush on you. You had a secret crush on somebody. You were very reluctant to open up or to tell. You had always fear. But suddenly you discover that person is also having a secret crush on you. I tell you, when you wake up to this truth, exactly this is what you will feel about Paramashiva. Oh God, how much I am devoted to him. He is more devoted to me. He is more sincere to me than my sincerity to him. Oh God. He has more crush, more sincerity, more love, more integrity to me than my integrity to him, my sincerity to him, my passion to him, my love for him, my romance for him, my feeling connection for him, my oneness for him. I tell you, this is the conscious conclusion Paramashiva himself gave me. So, Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan Atma Guhayam. Center of the macrocosm, Brahmanda, and center of the microcosm, Pindanda, is one and the same. That is Paramashiva. Paramashiva is in Kailasa, center of the macrocosm, and he is in your Anandaganda, center of your microcosm. Listen carefully. When I made a statement in Bididi, Bangalore, that sunrise was delayed, all the people who trolled me, abused me, made fun of me, not a single one of them did a simple research. See, just Google on that day, what was the expected time of sunrise as per Google? There are websites, says very clearly, the expected time of sunrise. And just call any one of your friend or a local person, find out what time actually the sun was seen in Bididi that day. That's all. See, it is a simple research. In the local, there are always many entities which documents the sunrise, sunset time, rain time for weather forecast. So find out from Google what was the expected time that day sunrise. Call those local bodies who monitor all these natural events. Ask them what was the time sun was seen. That's all. You will simply know what I was claiming is truth. You can find many reasons why this happened, that happened, scientific analysis or practical analysis, all that you can do. That's the next part. But no troll, nobody who was trolling me, abusing me, making fun of me, did a simple research. Because they are already brainwashed. All these things are impossible. Too much shit in their brain. Actually, their brain need to be really washed. They are too much brainwashed. They need washing of brain. So listen to the truth I wanted to explain. You are intensely, intimately, factually, really connected to cosmos. Any of your conscious movement can affect any planet in the universe. Consciously, the thoughts you release can reach Surya. Chandra. Kailasa. I tell you, with a simple devotion, what you know as devotion, humbleness, sweetness, just vibrate. Shiva, 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 Shiva. Shiva, 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 Shiva. Literally, this Shiva, this conscious japa, vibrates in Kailasa. Simple devotion. You don't even have to have a self-doubt about your devotion, the depth of your devotion. All that self-doubt towards your devotion is not needed. Whatever you know as devotion, whatever you know as love, whatever you know as humbleness, whatever you know as prayer, that's enough. Just with that, vibrating, offering what you know as you at the feet of Paramashiva, surrendering to Paramashiva. Shiva, 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 Shiva. You vibrate as him, he vibrates as you. You don't need to have any conclusion how your life should be, should not be. After he starts vibrating in you, you start vibrating in him. Neither have greed, nor have fear, insecurity, or if you are not able to drop your greed or fear, don't even worry about that. You can tell Paramashiva clearly, I know I have to drop my greed, but I am not able to drop it. I know I have to drop my fear, but I am not able to drop it. I am dropping me at your feet. So you manifest, you vibrate. When you vibrate with him consciously, when you come to the conscious conclusion to vibrate with him, suddenly many fears which you think you can't drop, you forget. Not only you drop, you just forget you had those fears. Many greed which you think you can never drop, you just forget them. They become irrelevant to your existence. Shiva, 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 Shiva. The next conscious conclusion, life is Paramashanta. It has no complications. You may have delusion, but there is no complication, understand? I'll explain the difference between delusion and complication. When you are supposed to do yoga and maintain your health, you feel lazy and think about your wealth and fantasize about your rich life. And when you are supposed to work in the office, you feel tired because you did not maintain your health. When you are supposed to spend time with the family and inspire, excite and build relationship, You feel frustrated because you did not create wealth or did not bother about your health. And you vomit your frustration and break all the relationships. All this is due to the delusion you call this as complications. Listen carefully. When you name all these problems as complications, you will never find solution, because complication word is so complicated, it falls on you like a fish net. The moment fish net falls on you, you don't even think your teeth is more capable of any fish net's one layer. Just by teeth, especially if you are an Indian village boy, grew up biting the sugar can directly and chewing and eating, your teeth is capable. I tell you, all my Gurukul kids should get the sugar can and bite directly and eat. Stop this shit of making juice and drinking. Sugar can directly bite, chew. That's a very powerful exercise for the teeth. If you are a Indian village boy, grew up especially with the teeth which tasted sugar cane directly, you can simply bite any fish net and come out of it. But psychologically, the moment you feel it is a complication over, you will not only not try, you will literally have a heart attack and die before even the fish net tightens you. Listen. One problem at a time. When it comes to health, okay, I will start doing yoga little by little. Let me address the problem. I may do it little by little, but I will start. Same way, when it comes to the time I am supposed to do the work, business, career, I will start performing. Drop this laziness, tiredness, boredom, start performing. When it comes to spending time with family, decide, I will swallow the frustration, take it out through enema. No question of vomiting it on these people. When you start, you will realize you had only delusions, not complications. See, when you know the real problem is delusion, you can just like that walk out. But if you give the title complication, you will never even try. That is why I am saying, naming your problem matters to find solution. Name it as delusion, it is easy for you to walk out. The moment you consciously conclude it is a complication, you have committed suicide. I tell you from my own personal experience. The thick, multi-layer fish net put on me, multiple assassination attempts. Multiple assassination attempts. Defamation, literally destroying my identity from all angles. Enormous lawfare. Legal cases from multiple jurisdictions, from multiple countries. Snatching of all my properties. Stealing of the Sangha wealth. And culinary gang, traitor gang infiltrating into Kailasa structure and imploding, claiming that they were near me, they know me more than common disciples, devotees, and collapsing them, destroying them, disconnecting them, spreading rumors and abuses, accusations, standing as a false witness for false accusations. These multiple thick layers of the fish net dumped on me. Paramashiva gave me the simple clarity. Whatever I am going through, whatever is dumped on me is delusion, not complication. So I started biting every small part of that fish net. My teeth are very good. biting. Not only now I am free of this whole thick layers of fish net, I freed all my people are also. All my people are also freed. So listen carefully. How I attended one thing at a time. When they poisoned my body, I simply decided, okay, now it is time. I have to start detox process. So I started doing whatever I need to do, fasting, yoga, the whole detox process. Then defamation, false accusation, destroying my identity. I just started working with one person at a time. Every individual who come in contact with me, I started making them realize all these accusations are absolutely false. I could see very clearly. One intense, sincere team started gathering around me. I tell you, your life is just 100 people who are around you. Do not worry at all beyond that 100 people who make decisions about your life. Work. See, if you feel whole world is against you, that is complication. If you realize only the 100 people around you are against you, that is delusion. If you wake up to the truth, you can work with that 100 people and make them understand the accusations are false. That is solution. I am giving you the definition. If you feel whole world is against you, that is complication. You will never come out of it. You will never solve the problem. If you feel the 100 people around you who are making decisions in your life about your life, they are against you. That is called delusion. If you decide, I will start working with every individual, one at a time, who is part of my life, and make them realize, that is called solution. I simply started solving. I started working with one at a time. I have started clearly segregating who is interested to work with me, live with me. I started making them realize and all these accusations are false and started making them as part of me. And I tell you, within 1 or 2 years, not only I have built a beautiful team around me that will realize these accusations are false. For them, these whole accusations have become irrelevant. I have built such wonderful team around me, which has become like a soulmate, strength. Next, this whole deformation has become irrelevant in my day-to-day life. Then I started rebuilding myself. This whole destroying my identity, these attacks, sincerely, I started doing my hard work, what I am supposed to contribute to people. When I started doing that, suddenly I realized nobody hated me. If I believed what my haters wanted me to believe, see, my haters wanted me to believe whole world hates me and collapse, die. Fortunately, Paramashiva gave me the knowledge, intelligence, blessings, energy. He himself manifested, he himself protected, he himself did everything. He did not let me believe what my haters want me to believe. When I started solving problems one at a time, when I started contributing, suddenly I realized, hey, really nobody hated me. I tell you, you will become invincible. Your image will become undamageable. Your identity will become uncollapsible. You will become Nitya when you realize nobody hates you. People who hate you actually hate themselves. The shit which is inside them, they don't know how to take it out through the right hole. They vomit it. People who don't know how to take the shit right way from their body, they vomit their shit. So you should be sympathetic towards them. They vomit the shit through the same hole they eat the food. So I simply come to the clarity. A simple conscious conclusion happened in me. Nobody hates me. And I tell you, one at a time only I started dealing. Lawsuits, this lawfare, I think more than 100, 3-digit number of cases were filed on me in multiple jurisdictions. I started studying one by one, and all the lawyers who represented me in all different courts all over the world, if you talk to all of them, they will tell you, Swamiji is the legal strategist. Every case, every lawfare, every lawsuit, I will sit and read the paper end to end and pull out the law book, read the law end to end. I'll sit with that lawyer and discuss. This is what law says, this is what the false lawsuit, the lawfare, the false case says. So when we present these two, how the court will take the decision? What is the view practically court takes on this? Then I'll give a clear strategy. I tell you, more than 99.9% of the cases I won. All the properties grabbed, snatched from me, more than 80% of the properties I've retrieved, got it back. One at a time, one at a time, one at a time. Now, as far as health is concerned, I retrieved my health 100%. 100% health is retrieved. No effect of that poisoning, that assassination attempts, all that is gone. Mental health, it was never attacked. It could never be attacked because Paramashiva is residing there. Paramashiva is using this body. He is the being. So mentally there was never a problem. Extreme stamina. Now the stamina has only become more. Physically the health, I retrieved 100%. This lawfare, more than 99.999% I won. All the property snatched away from us and Sangha, more than 80% we retrieved. The identity destroying, image destroying, brand destroying, defamation, hate speech, cyberbullying, from all these, literally we have recovered absolutely. The fellows who are abusing us are irrelevant to our life. And suddenly I also realized nobody hates me. People who are hating me are abusing me, just vomiting their shit because they are so frustrated with themselves. They have no direct relevance to my life. Just, it's like when you are driving in the car, going in the car, especially hilly region, you feel like nausea and vomiting. You don't choose a place where you really feel like you can't control anymore. You just stop the car and vomit, or lower the window and vomit. Same way these guys are so much nausea inside, hatred, boiling, frustration about themselves and life and everything. They are just surfing and they don't know what to do. Where they can't control, they just that's all. They are vomiting, they are shit, and they are going to be bothered about it. They are going to suffer it, then they are going to suffer the smell and everything. I don't have a problem. Anyone who is relevant to my life, decision makers of my life, I discovered that they are part of me and they don't hate me. Actually, no one hates me. I tell you, this understanding and clarity, these conscious conclusions, you can map it into your life and see, you will just manifest Paramashivatva, Paramashiva Padam. From this moment. I tell you, conscious conclusions you arrive is the manifestation of your life. I gave you the simple examples of health, wealth, social image, relationships, because you understand all these things. But there are deeper layers, power manifestation science, spiritual truths in all those spaces also. The conscious conclusions I decided and surrendered to Paramashiva. That simply started making Paramashiva himself manifest. I tell you, Listen to this today's satsang deeply. Listen to this conscious conclusion. With your conscious conclusion with a simple devotion to Paramashiva, or even with your complicated, convoluted devotion, that is okay. Because when I use the word simple devotion, then you again, oh, there's an adjective called simple devotion, then there is a different definition. Whatever you know as devotion, with that, just bow down to him. Prabhu, whether you are in my Anandaganda or in Kailasa, consciously I offer myself to you. Shiva, 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 Shiva. Shiva, Shiva. Consciously, when you surrender, when you decide to offer, literally it vibrates in Kailasa. Literally it vibrates in Kailasa. Listen. Your simple hand movement can create a ripple in sun, moon, cosmos. Your simple conscious conclusion to surrender to Paramashiva and vibrate with Mahanada reverberates, vibrates in Kailasa. It's like time warp. Consciousness in you, Paramashiva is in Kailasa, both are one and the same, intensely, intimately connected through time warp. Understand? listen sincerely, intensely. I'll give you some more conscious conclusions directly from Paramashiva. Your ability to withstand the hunger is knowledge, intelligence, Saraswati for you. Your ability to withstand the hunger is the knowledge power that transforms itself as your capacity to grasp the great principles, higher concepts, reality of life, knowledge that becomes Saraswati in you. Your ability to withstand the fear fantasies, terrorizing fear patterns, nightmares, that becomes Durga power, Durga Shakti in you. Your ability to withstand fantasies, lust, greed fantasies, not only the sexual fantasies, even the greed, the fantasies to have a big house, big car, your ability to withstand those fantasies without deluding your life's decisions is called Lakshmi power. I tell you, I am not against having beautiful car, large home, or best wife or husband. I am not against any of it. All I am trying to tell you is greed not putting you in delusion. Your greed should not make you forget the reality and delude you and make you take the decisions with stupid blind spots. Your ability to withstand your greed, lust, fantasies evolves as Lakshmi Shakti in you. You just apply Paramashanta Swarupa space in your lustful greed, intense sexual fantasies and bring Paramashanta in it. It transforms as Lakshmi power. If you apply Paramashanta Swarupa space, Paramashiva space on your fear, terrorizing patterns and fears and nightmares and fears which just makes you shiver, terrorizes you. If you apply Paramashanta Swarupa, Paramashivatva with on that fears, you develop Durga, Shakti. Same way hunger. When you develop the Paramashanta Swarupa on your hunger, practice Paramashanta Swarupa, Paramashiva space on your hunger and withstand. Your ability to withstand the hunger transforms itself as the capacity to know everything, Saraswati. Paramashanta in your Mooladhara, lustful fantasies is Lakshmi. Paramashanta in your Swadhisthana, terrorizing fears is Durga, Devi. Paramashanta in your Manipuraga, hunger, is Saraswati, ability to know, knowledge, power. I tell you, Being in Paramashanta brings tremendous health, knowledge, bliss in every dimension. Being in Paramashanta makes you understand life is not complicated, it only has a delusion. At the most, you have a delusion, nothing more than that. You are not a big guy that Paramashiva has to chase you and destroy you and put complications on you. Hey, come on. So understand. Come to the conscious conclusion. Every time you are able to tolerate your hunger, maybe I'll use a better word instead of tolerating, facing your hunger without dumping food. With Paramashanta, your body eats itself, rejuvenates itself, your brain eats itself, cleanses itself, rejuvenates itself, detoxes itself and evolves to grasp higher knowledge, higher power. I tell you, Lankanam Parama Aushadam, nothing like fasting when it comes to rebuild your body. Anyone wants enlightened body. Langanam Parama Aushadam. I am not even saying you should go for absolute fasting, no food at all. No. One meal a day is great. Give a rich food with vitamins, minerals, all you need. Fruits. Have a vegetarian meal. Don't kill animals for your food. Vegetarian meal, one full meal is okay. Other than that, the remaining full 24 hours, Langanam Parama Aushadam. If you want to drink water to hydrate yourself, that is okay. One meal and only water after that meal. That can also be equivalent to fasting. That one meal, give all the minerals, vitamins, everything you need, fruits. Take the rich food, nothing wrong. That's perfect. I'll say one rich meal, not that food-like products. You see, all food-like products, plastic food, is middle-class meal. Natural, organic, fresh cooked is the royal meal. If you are a village farmer in India, the food you will eat is the royal king's food. A food in village Brahmin house or Saiva Velalar house, farmer's house, that's a royal food. Freshly cooked, vegetarian, organic food. That's a royal food. Eat royally. One meal a day. And then whole day, remaining time, you can have water to hydrate yourself. Langanam Parama Aushadam. Nothing like fasting to rebuild powerful body. Build a powerful body. Same way, do not allow your fantasies to delude you, divert you from your goals. Stop, sitting in negotiation table with women wearing exposing dress. If you sit with women wearing exposing dress in negotiation table for business, be very clear, you are going to fail in that negotiation. Sorry if you are hurt, but what I am saying is truth. Don't let your fantasies mess with the realities of your life. I am giving you raw example. I can give you more. Understand the concept. Ability to stand tall, powerful, peaceful in front of your lusty fantasies, greed fantasies, manifests as Lakshmi, power. Ability to stand tall with the fears which is literally breaking your mind, breaking you to pieces. Ability to practice Paramashantatva, Paramashivatva in front of those fears, insecurities, which is breaking you to pieces. Which is literally breaking you to pieces. Standing in front of that fear in Paramashivatva, manifests as power of Durga. You will simply know what is the real danger, what is the delusion, fear. You will strategically handle the real danger without getting terrorized by delusionary fears. If you are terrorized by the delusionary fears, you will not be able to strategize to handle the real danger. Understand, in my case, biggest success is I stood as Paramashiva in front of all my delusionary fears, converted them as Durga energy. When I don't get terrorized by the fears, they just melt down. Just by making the fears melt down, I am empowered like Durga. I manifest power like Durga. And now I have enough energy to handle the real dangers very strategically. Very strategically. Understand, I tell you, one of the biggest conspiracy, thickest layer in that layers of fish net I escaped. See, if I consider all the layers of fish net plastic made, this one conspiracy layer, I'll call it as a steel net, steel wired net, which I escaped. I'll tell you, in India, the anti-Hindu gang has created such an ecosystem, you will be forcibly implicated in some crime. All Hindu leaders, Hindu gurus. I am sharing my experience openly, honestly with you all, keeping Paramashiva as witness. If you want to wake up and use my experience, you are free to use. but I am going to share it. I know the whole case. I have studied it thoroughly. With all this I am telling you. First thing, false accusation will be dumped on the Hindu leader, that guru. And the whole ecosystem will be terrorized. His organization, his devotees, his ecosystem will be terrorized, shaken violently. Their survival need will be destroyed. Means they will not be able to get any donations, public fund. Their survival need will be disconnected. Like a water, food supply will be disconnected. Basic electricity, living, survival needs will be disconnected. When there was a false rape charge on me, my trust accounts were frozen. What my trust has to do with even the false accusation on me? If there was a false charges on me, I'll prove it in the court that it's a false, and whether police is able to prove their version or I am able to prove my version, we will see it in the court. And the funny thing, they arrested me for rape charge, and after keeping me in jail for 53 days, the CID shamelessly, the Karnataka CID department shamelessly comes to the court and says, we don't have any evidence for 376 rape charge on Nithyananda. In affidavit writing they were given in court. And then the court granted bail. But even then, they have to save their face. They arrested me. Otherwise, I'll go for malicious prosecution. So then they have to cook up a false victim. They beg, Amma, Taye, we got one accused. We want victim. Please come. We will give you money. We will keep your name secret. Please come. Please come. In Facebook, in every social media, they begged. They could not. Finally, they cooked up something which fell flat on their face, boomeranged on them, because they brought a person claiming having relationship with me multiple times. Only one small mess they made. The victim has multiple STDs which can be transmitted just by touch. Not even saliva is required. Saliva, sure, 100%. Even when the skin is open, just by the touch, that STD can be transmitted, multiple STDs. It boomeranged on them. But now what to do? They entered the war. So they cannot lose their face. Now it has become, it is no more whether I did some crime or not. They have to establish their right. So continuously leaking all false information to media and using the government machinery and destroying my name, my identity, my image. So multiple false cases can be filed. The whole lawfare game started. I tell you, after studying thoroughly all these attacks on gurus, I'll give you the exact template, model, how it is done. First, they will terrorize that organization and the guru by hooking up all kinds of false accusations, charges, police access and everything. Now, somebody who is highly committed and devoted, inspired to that guru, feels so much of injustice is done to their leader and their community. And out of anger, he defends, he protects his guru from the people who are trying to kill the guru, the murderers. He defends, protects, that's all. But in that scuffle, anyone dies, whether the people who are attacking the Guru or the disciple, anyone dies, the murder charge will be on the Guru. And his life is sealed. That is what exactly the template. I tell you, this is the template. Exactly, that is the same conspiracy they were planning on me. When I smelled it, I realized, oh God. Because now CID has to save their face. They arrested me on false rape charge. Of course, I know the arrest was not even to legally prosecute me, to kill me, to eliminate me. It was assassination attempt. I saved myself. I detoxed myself. I saved myself. That itself was a shock for them. And then, after that, they were not able to finish me off. And I am continuing, flourishing, expanding. What to do? Final Brahmastra. Make somebody claiming as a devotee do some murder or crime and put that charge on Swamiji. The moment I smelled that conspiracy, I decided it is time to protect myself and this great gift Paramashiva has given to me, which has to be shared with the world, these power manifestation signs. Because if there is a murder charge, I cannot even get refugee status in any other nation. Murder charge is not given a refugee status or political asylum. So I saw very clearly the brilliant, I could see very clearly the culinary gang has penetrated the organization. And they have nicely created the fault line inside the Sangha. This culinary gang will always talk against the administration people. It's not that they are talking against the administration. They know they cannot directly talk against me. Then they will be found, we will find out that they are traitors and kick them out. So they will act as if they are for the Swamiji, but against the Sangha. That's the drama they will do. Created huge fault line inside the Sangha. Gathered lot of people on their side, blaming the administration. These criminal traitors, I saw they have surrounded me. Sangha is boxed in by the criminal traitors, well planned. Not just murderers, not just murdering me, assassination attempt, well planned conspiracy. If I am not getting killed, file a murder charge. Make a murder happen and file a murder charge and finish his life once for all. I saw very clearly the same plan, same conspiracy getting done, and it was almost about to get executed. Only then I decided, understand, the charges they filed on me, the false cases, almost 99.99 cases I won already. The remaining 1 or 2, which drags on. Why they drag on? They just want to save their face. That's why they drag on. It's not that I dragged those cases. They dragged. So that, if they add some more crimes, stronger crimes, they can convict. So they were waiting. But the crimes they filed was very faltu, stupid, too cheap. Anybody with open mind sees, it's like open and shut case, it's a false case. Because the same persons filed the same charges on me in America, and in America I have proven my innocence. Not only I am acquitted, and those guys who filed the false case, they have been fined $1 million. I think $500,000 or something. They have been fined for putting false accusations on me. So it's just open and shut case, clear. Too much evidence on my side to prove my innocence. So, these guys who wanted to destroy me, they were waiting to file a bigger case, false case, bigger. Because they know this case won't stand in the court. I smelled very clearly, at least this case, I will have protection somewhere outside. But if they file once murder charges, even that refugee status or the asylum won't be available. I decided it is time to protect myself and the Sangha and the great gift Paramashiva has given to me, the power manifestation science. Because I was not terrorized, mentally broken by the fears they were trying to induce on me, I was clearly able to strategize about the real danger. I did not get terrorized by the fears they were dumping on me. I was cool. So Durga evolved, manifested. She strategically planned and handled the real danger. I had enough energy to see the real danger and strategically deal the real danger, not terrorized by all these fears dumped on me. I could see very clearly, so I decided what I need to do. If I have to continue Paramashiva's mission, I have to do what I have to do to protect myself. I did it. Paramashiva saved me, and he gave the strategy. He himself executed. He himself made it. Not only he has protected me, he has made this whole Kailasa manifest. Listen to this satsang multiple times, you will understand what I am saying. All Hindu gurus, listen. Don't think if you don't do anything wrong, you will be treated just. You are safe. If you think like that, you are brainwashed. It will be too late by the time you wake up, because I was brainwashed with the same idea. I had the same wrong conclusion. It was a rude shock for me. Working for Hinduism is wrong in India. Thinking for Hinduism is wrong in India. This truth was told to me in a very rude way. Terrorized way. Of course, I did not get terrorized by Paramashiva's grace. The enemies were trying to eliminate me, the conspirators. They were very powerful people. Paramashiva is more powerful than them. I wanted Hindu Sannyasa Sampradaya to flourish all over the world. But I wanted Hindu Sannyasa Sampradaya in India. O Hindu Gurus, wake up to the truth. You are in the middle of Kurukshetra, war. I tell you, they tried the same thing on me. It is Yogananda Swami who saved me. Sri Nitya Yogananda in Biddi campus, multiple times he saved me. You can see the video records. When they were trying to kill me, while I was supposed to go for the medical examination, they know for the medical examination I have to come. So it was a murder attempt. Sri Yoga sat in my place and faced that attack. He was body doubling for me. And same way, Maachala and few sadhus, they took the beating when in the 2012, when the gang was entering into our campus and attempting to assassinate me. They pushed me inside the Rajya Sabha, green room, and they took the beating. And suddenly the people who were killing, the murderers, the criminals, when they were attacking and the bleeding was happening to our sadhus, they realized it was not me, the body double. We have a whole CCTV footage and whole video record. But what will you do with all this? They would have killed me if I continued to stay in India. They would have killed me and they would have named it as a mob lynching and nobody will be convicted. At the most, my disciples will keep my body and cry for a few days and then do the samadhi and put a temple and small temple will be running. That's it. Finished. The great Hindu revival would have been snubbed in the bud. But fortunately, Paramashiva saved me. Paramashiva strategized and saved me. Kala Bhairava is protecting me. I am telling you, it's not once, multiple assassination attempts. And when I was coming back from the hospital, Sri Mokshapriyan faced the brunt and he body doubled and he got beaten. His car was demolished, destroyed, beaten, bleeding, hospitalized. I was saved. Otherwise, because he was sitting in the place where I am supposed to sit. He body doubled and took the whole attack on him. I tell you, multiple places, they would have eliminated me. Kala Bhairava protected me and protecting me still now. He will protect me forever. Not getting terrorized by those attackers, I could see very clearly where is the real danger and strategically deal the real danger. The gang which was trying to either kill me or put me in jail once for all, life sentence. Their plan was either I should be killed or a murder charge should be put on me. Some charge which seals my life in prison. That was their plan. I saw it has come to the level of execution. And they nicely built their network inside the campus. Because they need somebody who is claiming as my devotee to do the crime, so that the crime can be attributed on me, and actually after some 1 or 2 years that person will be let out. Because he was actually, after all, their person who's done this crime for their sake. I know the whole ecosystem, how it functions. I thoroughly studied. How? media manipulates, and the disciples are claiming to be disciples are made to do crimes, and how that crime is dumped on the leader. So be very clear. If you are not terrorized by the fears, you build a conscious stamina called Durga, Shakti, with which you can very clearly know the danger and strategically deal it. That's what Paramashiva did for me, with me, in me. Listen to this satsang, come to these powerful conclusions. You will simply manifest Paramashivatva. You will simply manifest Paramashivatva. Before they could file false murder charges on me, I escaped and saved myself. By Paramashiva's grace, he himself, actually Paramashiva himself saved me. Listen to this satsang again and again. Come to powerful conclusions. Manifest Paramashivatva. With this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam. The state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Even a malignous man, by beginning in the company of satsanga, makes even the impossible as possible in this world. KAILASA is the message from Paramashiva to have superconscious breakthrough. Enlightenment, power manifestation, Paramashiva, everything served to you without you even moving out of your couch. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. We can multiply the quality and quantity of your life. The most ancient, best way of life and best kept sacred secrets all these years handed over only from guru to disciple, guru to disciple, guru to disciple. Secrets kept inside the Siddha Paramparas, Siddha tradition. enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Whole world should become e-Kailasians.
Nithyanandam, and what a powerful satsang and the powerful conclusions, coming to powerful conclusions. That's what Swamiji encouraged us to do. The conclusions we arrive about now, about everything, is the foundation for the life we are going to manifest as our future. If we have the right conclusions about Paramashiva, we will simply manifest him in our life. He will be part of our life. But if we have confused conclusions about Paramashiva, we will have confusion manifesting in our life. Whether our conclusions about Paramashiva or about ourselves, God, world, or about our family, wealth, health, all our conclusions become the blueprint for our future. All the cognitions that we arrive at are the conscious conclusions. And Swamiji encouraged us to watch the satsang again and again. So thank you so much for joining us. And every day you can ensure that all you have, all you receive, all you are blessed with and showered with is something that supports your life. The powerful cognitions, the powerful conclusions. And tomorrow, a very special day, the Adiguru Dakshinamurti Bhava Samadhi Darshan. And you can still sign up at events.kailasa.org and invite your friends and family and join together in this beautiful experience of the Adiguru, the first and primal Guru that happened on a planet Earth, and by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and experience the silence. Maybe you've been looking the Paramashanta Swarupa, also the inner peace, maybe for which you've been looking for a very long time. So thank you so much once again for joining us on all the platforms. We invite you very warmly tomorrow. And of course, there is always before the satsang, the pre-satsang segment, where we share with you the upcoming events, all the greatest things from the only Hindu nations and from Hinduism. Thank you once again, and we look forward to see you tomorrow. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam Parukar Pranamastu. Om Nithyanandam.